Hi.
Essex gets paid by Caleb.
Ooh, Kristen,
Oh,
gotta work on your
Kristen.
timing. Ooh, really,
Unless.
Kristen acting like she's so disappointed that
it's not about how it was said. It was just, you gotta work on your timing. It didn't find its feet. You gotta, it's the confidence.
Yeah, I really dropped the ball there.
It's okay. You have next episode. Hi everyone, welcome in. I'm gonna leave our lo-fi going for just like a smidge because I have a couple minutes to talk before we get in. I have some stuff to open because there were some very nice people who bought things off of my throne and now they are physically here. And I've been waiting to open them because I told myself I would always open stuff on stream if I can help it. So we're gonna do that real quick. I don't want to dox myself, but I believe, yeah. Tony, I don't know if Tony's here tonight, but Tony bought me my very first Neat Dude merch. Baby's first Neat Dude. And she brought me, and it got, anyway, is there anything else in here that I need to care about before I throw this away? No, just my personal information to dox me with. Okay, sick.
Nice.
I don't know if Tony is here, but thank you so much, Tony, if you are. It's a little cold in here, so low-key, I'm just gonna put this on my noggin. Just give it to Will. Where is it? She's a dusty rose. There we go. Over the headphones like a true gamer. Nope, it's happened already. It's really on there. No, it's bad. I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna amend my mistakes. Also, hold on. Scott, hi. Thank you for 7 months and also welcome in. I hope you've had some like restful time to yourself. It's so good to see you. Also, hi Cole. Sarah and Kristen and Chris. I see you too. Hello. Okay. Let me put this on real quick. Hold on.
while Liz is putting on and struggling, you should tip them. They have a Ko-Fi link, and it's still Black History Month, so you should support your small Black creators who are your faves, because Liz is my fave creator ever. Hi, I wasn't doing anything.
I could read, Sarah. I know this might be shocking, as I don't give off this appearance, but I can read.
Damn, I wasn't ready to learn that about you today.
I know, life is full of surprises. So, this is great. My headphones are not sitting on my head because my head is too big, but that's okay. I can deal with this. And my head is warm and toasty, and we'll see how long this lasts because I don't do well with things on my head sometimes indoors. Okay, the other thing, and I'm going to try and make this quick because I don't want to take up too much time before we get into the game. I believe this is from... This is from Essex, if I'm right. Whoever that could be. Possibly from someone who just mentioned Essex with horrible timing a few minutes ago. Possibly, but we'll see if I'm right.
I happen to know that Essex texted Liz being like, hey, this should be on your throne, and then immediately bought it.
No. Essex sat on my throne page and refreshed my throne page for several minutes until the thing was added, and then purchased it.
No, that's not...
How would you know?
I talk to him sometimes, and,
Anyway, I'm stopping. I'm hitting the brakes on this. Thank you, Kristen, for my first Mighty Nine Origins comic, my first Critical Role comic, which I'm very excited about, which is Caleb's origin story. I'm very happy about the hardcover.
You won't be happy for much longer.
Content of
Oh, he's such a cutie when he's younger. Anyway, I'm gonna put that away before I read it, and then we just
Read
don't
it
play.
on stream.
Yeah. Nice,
As it
Chris.
sat on Lys's throne in a sexy way.
Nice, Chris.
Nice, Chris.
Oh.
Okay. Just a couple of really, really quick things, and then we'll finally get into the game. I pinky promise. I just wanted to say also, it's been going up a lot, and I'm super, super grateful, but I'm just going to point out that I still have a follower goal up. I would love to have 300 followers by the end of Black History Month. That would be super sick, and really cool, and we're already, like, way over that, like, over my initial, like, what I thought was going to happen, and that's really great. So if you're here for Stormborn's Curse, you enjoy Stormborn's Curse, or you're here for the very first time, if you end up liking what you see tonight, I don't know, you could talk about it. I'm terrible at plugging shit. Okay, so, to get into the game, that's right, that's where I'm leaving that. I'm not even gonna try and fix that. So, to get into the game really quick, if my headphones will actually cover my ears so I can hear stuff. Okay, there we go. To get into the game, last episode, just to give a quick recap, finally went within the Citadel of Rakad proper. So 2 episodes prior, our brave and noble adventurers had arrived in a small fishing village near the city of Rakad and had stayed with a friend of Ripley's named Iselda. And last episode, they traveled from Iselda's residence in the small village into the city proper with Ripley to go confront her father. So the group broke into 2 teams. We had team, what was it? Oh God. Inside from the back. I think that was, yeah, we had team Inside from the back. And we had team Raven and Ripley. Raven and Ripley went to go talk to Ripley's father, which led into a very, I would say, cordial conversation between the 3 of them, where they shared food and drink, and stories, and just overall chatter. Lore. Also lore for Raven, yes. Team Inside from the back followed Ripley's instructions, which she had meant well at the time. Following Ripley's instructions, went off into and snuck further into the Citadel, looking for her little brother John's room. She'd been concerned about his safety after receiving a letter from him, but the party didn't know what the contents of that letter were. She gave them instructions to look for a terrible drawing hung on the door of his room that would tell the party that was his room, and just to check and make sure he was okay. The party did some sneaking around and did eventually find a door with a shred of parchment torn off under a nail, but no drawing actually firmly on the door, and broke in. And they found a room that did look like a bedroom, but thickly covered in dust. Inside, they found mysterious scorch marks and also a journal, which appeared to be from Ripley's mom to her children. And the party was a bit perplexed by this, because it seemed like, other than a few disturbed areas where it looks like books had been grabbed off of a bookshelf inside, there appeared to be no traffic in or out of this room for a very long time. Renori, deciding that this is probably not John's room then, because things weren't making sense, kind of stole back out into the hallway and decided to start trying some other doors, and ran face first into Ripley's brother, Brock. Brock is a very fine-looking orc, I must say. And at first, it was this sort of mischievous, like, what are you doing up here, sort of banter, but as Tide opened the door to ask Renori what she was doing in the hallway, that mischief and sort of amiable banter quickly turned into rage. Brock escorted the party directly to his father, and they were kept in the room where Ripley's father and Raven and Ripley had been eating food. After Ripley sort of had a bit of a meltdown, and Ripley had a sort of meltdown and unleashed a wave of strange energy that totally disappeared Renori from the room. Renori vanished from the room, which understandably set panic into the party. Seeing his daughter do this, Ripley's father pulled her out of the room to go have a private conversation, and Faustus followed closely after, completely invisible, while the rest of the party was to remain inside under supervision. Tessa, way back in the very beginning of all this, Tessa had accompanied team inside from the back to go snoop around the room and had turned into a cat to distract some guards and went running off to give the group the chance to break in. And she hadn't been seen since until Faustus encountered her in John's room, which was very far away, but kind of had a moment of winking at each other. So far, and this is where we're sort of returning to right now, the entire party, because Faustus also has returned at this point, the entire party has now holed up in this dining room, essentially, under the watch of 4 guardsmen, and it's been a little while. Renori and Casper...
Been a while. Sorry.
Nice. Renori and Casper started making out to pass the time. Raven, Faustus had kind of taken a seat on the floor. Tide, in a moment, I'll let you decide what you were up to for this little while. But it's probably been a couple hours at this point. No one's come in or out of the room. The guards haven't moved. And Tessa has not come back. So Tide, you see Raven and Faustus are sitting on the floor. Renori and Casper have pretty much taken over the small countertop in the back corner. What are you up to in this room? There's the shattered remains of the dining room table in the very center of the room. That's still kind of somewhat covered with food and such, where Ripley had broken it in half.
Right.
There is in the back left corner, although Renori and Casper have mostly taken it over, a small counter sort of like preparing foods, kind of like a miniature kitchenette. And Raven and Faustus are sitting on the floor a little ways away. And so there's enough empty space in here for you to kind of go wherever. There's also the 4 guards that are posted against, like, by the door, 2 on either side, that are just kind of not like with rapt attention, but just sort of watching to make sure nothing funny's going on, but it's pretty idle.
One of them is heartbroken.
Yeah, one of them is a little bit sad.
Can I do an insight check on the 4 guards just to kind of get the vibe of each of them?
Absolutely, go for it.
Okay.
Vibe check.
Okay. 26.
Okay, so...
Did he pass the vibe check?
We're about to find out.
Bad vibes!
Not this. So you take a look at these 4 guards. They're all a mix between orc or half-orc. There's not really necessarily a proportion. They all are kind of... It's giving you the impression they're probably as bored as you are, just waiting here. But it's sort of like the guards outside Buckingham Palace, but like a little less strict. They know that their duty is to their post, so they're staying on post and just sort of keeping an idle eye. But every once in a while, a couple of them will like murmur to each other, and like there's like a gentle chuckle. On the end, there's a guard with like red hair that sort of falls in his eyes a little bit, and he's got like a little helmet on. He seems a little bit farther from the group, like not too far where it's like hello, but just a smidge farther from his companions, and his energy is definitely more reserved and quiet. His gaze just sort of sticks to the floor more than it does to you all. He kind of shuffles his feet impatiently every once in a while. The guard next to him keeps like shooting him almost like a little pitying sort of glance, but isn't like they haven't spoken to each other. Like I said, it seems like they want to do their job. They're just very bored right now.
Interesting. Okay. Is there any like how do I word this? Like, if there was like, is there any food left that's not like in a bunch of little pieces or smushed or have
Hmm.
glass in it? Like I would imagine like, oh, if it's like if there's like a dinner roll, it would be a full dinner roll, fully intact.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Tide is gonna grab a little bit of food that is not contaminated with glass, and he's gonna walk over to the redhead,
Okay.
and try to strike up a conversation with him to kind of see what kind of where we're at currently, since it seems like he's kind of the odd one out who might be a little bit weaker, and provide more information to the group.
Okay.
Sorry, wait. Before you go on, the redhead is the one that Raven flirted with,
Right.
correct?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just needed to like fully
But
grasp.
Tide wasn't there during the flirting, right?
No.
No, he would have been. No, but
We
that
need
would
to
have
break
definitely
this
been
guy's
in the
whole
room.
heart across the full spectrum of his sexuality.
He would have been present in the room for some of it, but I don't think he would understand the full scope of it. Because you only really explained it to... Actually, no. The whole group was together when you told everybody what happened. So yeah, Tide, you heard about Raven flirting with this one guard and then ultimately breaking his heart. And now he's all sad.
Even better. So Tide is gonna go up and be like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?"
I'm fine. Did you need something?
Oh no, I'm great. I just thought maybe you could use some food. I know today's been kind of a rough day for all of us, and we've been here for a really long time. So I thought, maybe you'd like a snack.
He sort of looks dutifully ahead for a moment. You're not sure if you're getting through. And then you see his eyes kind of drop down to the dinner roll and then quickly look back up. I'm alright, but I appreciate your offer.
Oh yeah, anytime. Well, if you want it, I'm gonna kind of hold on to it because there's all this glass and stuff, and I don't even want to address what's going on over there. And I'll be pointing to Renori and Casper. Um,
Fair. It's fair, Kristen.
do you? All right. So then he'll kind of stop and be like, "Oh, yeah. By the way, do you know like when we might be moving out of here, or have any idea about what kind of the next steps are for all of us?"
Roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Okay. Okay, that's a 15.
Okay. He sort of kind of shifts his stance a little bit, and eventually his gaze comes back to you. Just, we're instructed to watch over you until the chief returns with his daughter. So I wish I could tell you when that will be, but you're to remain here until he returns.
Sure. Any any idea where he went or how long it would take for him to get back?
Oh, likely his study, perhaps, or. And then like he starts thinking, but the guard that's next to him kind of elbows him in the ribs, and he just right. They will return soon.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Sorry for any issues we've caused. Here is that roll in case you want it for later. But yeah, I mean, we'll just hang out, I guess.
He sort
Sorry,
of
Raven
awkwardly
broke your
takes it.
heart.
Oh, you've stopped? Are you finished, Renori?
No, that was Kristen.
Uh-huh. uh-huh.
And he'll start to look. He'll
Liz
start to
is
walk
murdering
away.
all of the pigeons tonight.
Yes, I am.
He'll start to walk away and then turn around and be like, "Hey, listen, you know what they say, bros before hoes," and it'll be like the most painful like thing he's ever said. But he's like trying to make it out with like a straight face to try to get this guy on their side. You know, there's other people out there. You know, just don't let this one situation get you down.
The way I couldn't even genuinely react as him because that was such a visceral experience. He fixes you with a somewhat confused look, but just eventually I think starts to get to your meaning and just right. Thank you. And kind of awkwardly takes the role from you.
Yeah, anytime. And then he's gonna kind of go and sit by Faustus and Raven, but to try to like encourage that statement that he just made, he's gonna make a conscious decision to sit a little bit further away from Raven, and like closer to Faustus, and then like kind of like look over and be like,
oh my god.
I would like to roll the perception check.
By the way, Nori is done
now.
making out, by the way.
I would say you're probably dehydrated by this point.
Oh, okay.
Dear God. What's your perception check, Raven?
My brand new die first roll was a 17, so with I think that's 21.
Okay. Yes. So yeah, you do notice Tide sitting like he's sitting next to Faustus, not necessarily next to you. It doesn't really strike you as odd. He's just kind of sitting next to Faustus, just a little ways away.
But I see him make the gesture, right?
Yeah, I mean, but you're not like you are like involved in conversation with Faustus. You don't really have the context for it, like, but it's one of those out of the corner of your eyes thing, and you tune into what Tide is doing.
I think that Raven isn't necessarily wrapped in conversation with Faustus. It's more like she's still journaling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something to know about Raven is that her old Warlock tome, a large chunk of it was, well, like a large chunk was dedicated to like her noting like, oh, the elf cult did like this, and this, and like keeping track of things. And that included things since the Seahawk. And so I think that Raven is just like patching up her new notebook because I'm assuming that when the pact ended, it was empty, right? It was a brand new notebook. So she's just like catching up all of her notes as best she can with what was written in the previous tome.
Okay.
Still in Abyssal and Celestial because Raven is extra.
Yes, we know. Yeah, you would see Tide make that gesture out of the corner of your eye.
Like Raven is just not gonna address it.
Okay.
But she is periodically like looking at the door like, where are our friends? You know, she's looking out for Tessa and Ripley to see if there's any signs of them.
Right. Okay, so we'll come back then. Renori, you come up for air. And yeah,
deep panting.
It was like,
God.
Mouth gasp.
Oh God. yeah, it also does occur to you that it's been a little while, but you know how to pass the time. Not necessarily complaining.
Yep. Yep. So yeah, Renori's gonna like stop the situation, knowing that okay, it's a little weird that so much time has passed and Ripley's not back yet, and that makes her feel a little unsettled to the point where like passing the time in a fun way is no longer fun. And so she'll just like cup Casper's cheek with the palm of her hand and say, "Okay, well, I think we've annoyed everyone else enough." And she'll turn to Casper and also Boomstick and try to move them over with her to kind of circle up with the rest of the group.
Okay.
She'll sit down on the ground, like I would imagine, kind of like across from like Raven and Faustus in a circle, and like try to make so everyone will sit down, like try to signal to like Boomstick and Casper like, hey, we need to all like talk, and most everyone's sitting down, so like let's all sit down. And once everyone's situated where they would want to be, if they decide to sit or whatever, Renori would kind of fidget a little bit and lower her voice, not wanting the guards to hear. So we know that Ripley is with her dad, but we're also missing Tessa still. And even though Tessa was there, it does concern me that neither one of them have come back from that room Faustus saw them in yet. That's unsettling to me.
The NPCs will speak last.
Sorry, you could go first. Raven's just writing in her notebook. I think she's super hyper focused and like whatever she's like trying to get down. So I don't think she like truly clocked that Renori said anything. So she's just writing.
Tide will kind of speak up. Try to talk to the guard. The only thing I could really get out of him is that they might be in the study and that they might be coming back soon. But that was really all I could get out of it. He was still pretty upset about the whole, and then he'll kind of look at Raven and look back at Renori.
Yeah, no, I clocked that much, yeah. I don't think that's gonna be something he's gonna get over super fast.
DM, how far? Because I remember where I walked. Basically, is the place where they are where Ripley and her family are in the same building? Is it a separate building?
Same building. It's just it's on the it's just in like a completely different part of the building, so it's a little ways away.
Okay. Because I can cast a message, but only up to like 100 feet, which is probably.
Oh yeah, no, it's outside of that.
Yeah, because it's a pretty big building. Okay, just checking.
Okay.
Well,
Well, Renori's gonna just kind of lean back and wait.
Okay, so a little more time passes. Little more. The guards start to get restless a little bit too. And then the door does kind of like, there's like a knock. And the guards who are sort of like falling into that comfortable, like the comfort of zoning out, all sort of like jump back to attention a little bit. And take up a position to watching you all, the other two attending to the door. And it opens, and Tessa is standing there, with another guard by her. She's like, I don't know what the fuss is about. I apologize. I just had stepped out to use the bathroom and your friend was escorting me back. Is everything alright? I'm gonna see if that works. Hell yeah, it does. She's sort of feigning the same innocence, and the guards just kind of look at each other and part and just get in here. And she's sort of shoved through and into the room with you all, and then the doors shut firmly and the guards reset. She just sort of brushes herself off.
Renori would have jumped up to kind of like be there as she got shoved in case she stumbled or fell at all, and like would help like dust her off a little bit after the guards shove her in, and then would like gently take her hand if she was receptive to it, and like bring her over to the rest of the group, let go of her hand, and Renori would plop back down to where she was sitting.
Okay. Tessa would probably descend a bit gracefully, crisscross, do a little bit of a stretch, just kind of fold over with her legs crossed and just like really stretch out her back, and then sit back up. Just... Well,
Where did
It's still just the 4 guards, right?
yeah, still just the 4. No new guards have entered. They were just dropping her off.
Where did Tessa sit down?
There's Raven, Faustus, Tide, Renori, Casper, Boomstick. Probably across from you, Raven.
Okay. Raven at like the door opening probably was like very like wrapped in attention. At like what was going on with Tessa, and then when Tessa sits down and after she stretches, Raven in a very small and like unsure voice will just I'm glad you're okay.
She looks up at you quickly, and there's just sort of complicated expression there before she goes, thank you. Anyway, so what's happening in here?
A lot of waiting and not knowing how much longer we're gonna be waiting.
She sort of leans in and drops her voice a little bit. So, Faustus, did you tell everyone already what you saw?
Yes, I filled them in.
Okay. I essentially saw the same. I just stuck around a little bit longer. So, I saw them. They were all having a conversation in what I assume was Ripley's parents' bedroom. And then the 3 of them went off somewhere else. There was hushed conversation about a gift. I wasn't really able to make out what that meant, but it seemed very grave. And I tried to follow them once they left the room, but the guards found me, so I ran off, and then I had to pretend I had gone to the bathroom so I didn't get thrown out entirely or into a cell worse off. Wish I could be more helpful.
Okay, you did your best.
Yeah. So
this feels like a lot more waiting.
It does.
I mean, at this point,
There's a lot to sort out.
At this point, there's almost twice as many of us as there are of them. And I don't think Homeboy's going to be doing very much.
Are
You wanting to break out?
I'm just saying, I don't think we're making any progress sitting here.
I don't think that we need to be the ones making much progress. We're here just to be here for Ripley in case she needs us. At least that's what my understanding is.
It appeared she was safe when I last saw her. If that changes, however, I agree with Tide that we can probably...
I mean, Tessa, you said You said that the conversation seemed to be a little bit grave the last you heard with the whispers and stuff.
It did.
Did it seem like... Was Ripley going willingly?
It seemed like she was very confused, but she wasn't being coerced. She walked surely on her own 2 feet.
But with not knowing where she is, having no form of communication with her, we can't possibly know.
This is also true.
And it's not like there's a way for Ripley to be like, oh my god, let me tell my friends I'm not okay, if Ripley is in the middle of not being okay.
This is also true.
Uncertainty pisses me off.
From what I observed of her father, I spent a long time watching his behavior. I snuck into the room because I didn't trust him, after all. He seems genuine. I don't think if any harm were to come to Ripley, and I hope that that's not the case, I don't think it would be by his hand. Just the way he...
I'm worried about.
Who are you worried about, then?
Her brother.
That's fair.
Yes.
He did seem the most antagonistic towards Ripley.
And us.
I'm going to... Tessa kind of closes her eyes a little bit, and her nose kind of scrunches up a little bit as she gets a little bit lost in thought. And you see her hand sort of moving as she seems to like be putting pieces together in her mind, not necessarily saying anything out loud, but very visibly thinking. And she kind of knits her brow a little bit. In that conversation, her father referred a lot to John and Ripley and the gifts that their mother passed down, but they never referred to Brock. He was there the whole time, and he seemed to almost recede into the corner. He didn't... I have to admit, I felt bad for him. I'm not discounting any antagonism. I also am quite worried, but he just seemed sad rather than angry. Little...
So he's like the least favorite kid or something.
Or maybe he wasn't her child at all. Maybe he was adopted into the family. Or born by a different mother.
I do remember... I feel like that either I remember or Pigeon remembers.
What is it that you're trying to remember?
There's so many pigeons
like
in this.
I think Faustus remembers and would say, I recall her when I was present listening in, that when the story was described, only John and Ripley were mentioned as having been born of the Celestial Mother. The other brother was not mentioned. So that's probably correct that he is not share the same mother.
And then what Kristen thinks Renori remembers, but Kristen can't remember if Renori had been yeeted to the tree yet or not, was Ripley yelling at Brock that her and John lost mother, he didn't.
Yes,
I
but I
believe
think
that was
that
pre...
was to Brock and Rob.
Yeah, they were both standing in front of her. It
They
would have
were
been
like
hard to do.
lumped together because what Ripley was saying was that because she mothered John specifically, that like they both lost it in that sense because I think that what I got was that it was alluding to the fact that Ripley and John were just closer to their mom, and Brock was closer to their dad.
So yeah,
Also, was
I got the
Brock-
other thing from that.
Did we get the impression, or was it mentioned at all, that Brock was the oldest potentially?
You would know that Ripley is the oldest.
Okay.
Although
Okay.
She
I'm
said that.
I'm going to coo. Um,
These damn
Kristen-
pigeons.
Kristen, you did read the last journal entry from the mom to her children. It was essentially a letter, and it was signed to like her children. I don't remember if Brock was included because I kind of forgot all of their names right after that. So
I feel like he wasn't because when we
Very
met
funny.
Brock, I
That's
wasn't sure
very
who
real.
he was.
Hmm?
I don't think he was included in the letter.
it was like I love you, and then like a list of names. So that's why I'm like I don't.
I know there was like a drawing, like a drawing of a family, because when Renori ran into him in the hallway, before I had a chance to point out my keen mind, Sarah pointed out my keen mind and was like, wouldn't you know that this is the brother from this thing?
No, it was her dad, because it was a drawing of the chief.
Well, but you pointed out specifically that I would know that this person, that Brock was the brother, because he introduced himself as Brock. So we picked up that Brock is the brother from some sort of material inside that room. I just don't know what.
This is fantastic. I love.
You know,
So anyway, we know he's a brother, and we've gotten the hint that he's not from the same mother. So
sort of a brother from another mother, if you would.
Yes, bars.
So but how
Well,
that
Ty-
works out.
Tide is going to speak up and say, sadness quickly can turn into anger.
I would agree with Tide.
I just don't want us to act rashly in case nothing happens. If we put our foot in it, it's going to just be terrible for Ripley and her family.
I must say, after the last time that we fucked with
This
each
is
other,
really weird behavior from you.
The Raven, very
Or
much.
Raven, to
Yeah,
Raven.
I know. Tide says that to Raven. He
Yeah.
said, okay. Raven's just going to shoot a very she's gonna be like, let's just say, some lessons don't need to be learned twice. I just don't. If there's even a small chance that things go perfectly fine and Ripley is able to reconcile with her family, then I say that we don't fuck that up for her.
So are we content staying here for 2, 5, 7 days just waiting with no answers?
I think that we should get an update. I think that
I could
think that
always
we
go get that myself. Pretty adept at changing forms.
Faustus and I can both turn invisible.
I can turn into an animal.
Yes, I forgot, Tide. We study similar paths.
Druid.
They do the Druid
And
handshake.
Raven-
Just like
The
brain to brain
secret, the
connection.
super secret Druid only handshake.
whatever it is, it's super secret, but we all caught the end, which was both their hands coming together like this, and they went, caw.
Yes.
The way that me and Liz just separately did that same thing too.
Or I assume, caca, raw.
Nice.
The wilderness must be explored.
Yes.
It's like a Boy Scout chant. I think. What was the last thing that was said? Oh yeah, they were bonding about
Druidism.
wild shape.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Raven's just going to go very quiet at the conversation of what everybody can do.
All right. I think maybe this is the direction we're headed in. Is how long are we willing to wait before we bust out of here? Yes, that seems to be the sort of central question we're circling around.
I don't think I should talk to any more guards.
No.
I say a few more hours before we go to get recon, at the very least.
And Renori's gonna like throw herself back to like lay like a starfish on the ground.
Just make out with Casper again or something.
No.
That'll help the time.
No offense, Casper.
It's fine.
But no. She's just gonna like lay on her back and cast the dancing lights cantrip over and over, like over her head to like entertain herself, like doing different colors and stuff.
Hold on, I have to look at something. Just reading constantly the exact language of spells.
Faustus lays back also and tosses a dagger up and then catches it on the way back down before it stabs her.
Dancing lights isn't a flame, right?
Dancing light? No, it's like orbs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Globules of light.
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to do?
I was going to say that Raven will just use thaumaturgy to make like one of the orbs like change color.
For the purposes of that being adorable, you can do that.
Okay.
They can change color, so you can have a maximum of 4. You can combine them into different, like 2 and 2 or 3 or just one giant one, and then also like the color and the general shape can change a little bit. Yeah,
I like
but
how
for
our
Raven
GM has on the accounts that is cute as fuck. I will.
Yes. For Raven, you do kind of remember how to sort of bend thaumaturgy a little bit more to your will, and you do see one of the orbs flicker to any color of your choosing.
Yeah, I think that Raven will do that for like 2 minutes though.
Nice.
Like it's not gonna be for like very long. And then she's going to turn to. Gotta think about something.
Do it.
Wow. Okay, my conscience sounds a lot like Chris right now.
First the pigeons, now your conscience.
You'd be surprised how many times I say that to myself during the week.
Damn.
Okay. I'm gonna roll a percent.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Worst case scenario, I can give you spare the dying. If the conversation goes that badly.
I mean, same.
You know what?
I so appreciate that boost of confidence so much. Raven is going to turn to Tessa in hopes that they are. I'm not assuming that this is a very large room or that there's like really any chance for privacy, but Raven is going to attempt to kind of turn to Tessa and as much of a one-to-one conversation as she can. Be like, I do hope to talk to you. It's just that this probably isn't the time.
Can I do a perception check to see if Tide picks up on that she wants to be alone with Tessa?
You can roll me a perception check.
The way that Chris always makes me like my whole ass clenches.
Yeah.
Whenever Chris asks to do anything.
It's a 16.
You do see them for a moment, among everybody occupying themselves in various ways. You do see them for a moment, sort of like lean in for a hushed conversation. You don't hear you don't hear what is said, but you see them like lean in to steal a moment.
I can tell that they're vibing a little bit. So Tide is gonna do like a little bit of a nudge to Renori, because I think I'm sitting next to her.
Yes.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Circles
so he's
aren't
gonna
real.
give a little bit of a nudge to Renori.
Yeah.
Let's go look and see if there's any food over there, and point to where Casper and Renori were making out. And then do one of these.
Tide. This room isn't nearly as big as you're thinking it is. So I have a feeling that us moving away isn't gonna allow for whatever you want to happen to still happen.
It's probably the size of like a small classroom. Like a small classroom with furniture in it. If that helps visualize.
Like a 20-person classroom.
Yeah, but it's got like the furniture in it.
That's pretty big. Tide will look at Renori and just go, this time it's not really about what I want to do. And he's going to stand up and kind of motion for Boomstick to come as well.
She's kind of like been, her and Casper just have taken up like a quiet conversation, like kind of bumping shoulders and everything, but you catch her gaze and she sort of like lightly slaps him on the chest. And she stands up too, and so does he. This is all happening behind Tessa, which is really excellent, Raven. So she is not seeing this, but you are.
Renori
Raven
will...
at this point is just like, Casper came at me with explosives as a plan earlier, and I'm just not going to pay attention to it.
That's fair.
Renori's gonna look at Tide and how he's gotten Boomstick and Casper on board, roll her eyes, and look at Faustus. Hey, Faustus.
Hmm?
Do you want to go talk about something in that corner that everyone else is walking over to?
I would think that Faustus was about to die.
Let's see. What would it be for me to try to read this obvious because Faustus's immediate answer would be like, no, I'm comfortable here. So
insight.
Faustus
Which is
like,
a great thing anyone can roll.
12.
Okay. I mean, something's up. You're not catching exactly what it is. Something's definitely up, but you are pretty comfortable.
What's going on with your facial expressions?
I wanted to learn about daggers. Can we...
Raven only rolled a 12 on perception.
Yeah, Faustus, go show Tide your daggers.
All of them?
All of them.
Oh, right.
Oh, you're showing Renori, too. We're all going to look at...
Tessa, at this point, turns around, raises an eyebrow, and kind of just slowly watches everybody, and then her eyes go back to Raven. She still hasn't answered yet, but not in an awkward, like, I'm ignoring you way. Just like this is all happening simultaneously.
Yeah. Raven is gonna just be like... She has her eyes closed in a if I find out what these fuckers are up to, it might just be me yelling at them. So I'm just gonna let them do their thing and then wait for Tessa's signal that the coast is clear.
Faustus is going to take full advantage of this fiction that's clearly being created about wanting to know about daggers, and is going to tell them a lot about daggers.
From where you're sitting?
Hyperfixation for Faustus.
He just got handed do a PowerPoint presentation, and he is doing a PowerPoint presentation.
Where are you doing it though? Have you moved, or are you like?
Yes,
okay.
Okay. Renori pulls out one of her spell books and is taking notes.
Oh my god.
Faustus is what I imagine with daggers, like what watch people are like with watches.
Yes.
1,000%.
So
or like wine
fully
people.
Gonna like check out.
That's such specific.
He names all of his knives. They all have names.
Dagga.
But you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes.
His dagger's names are Fang and Balance, and his rapier's name is Blood Thief.
Renor is taking notes.
So you guys will learn that for the first time, that he's named all of his weapons.
While Faustus gives, imagining literally getting a masterclass email for this, while Faustus is getting his masterclass in the corner, Tessa turns back, Raven. Suppose an opportunity has presented itself.
Yeah. Raven is like so conflicted between just like the cringe pain of like what just happened. She's like, this expression is not for you. It's about.
Yeah, I assumed.
So, I guess, and then like Raven will kind of like usher the two of them in like a way that will be a bit more comfortable instead of them just standing where they were.
Mm-hmm.
She'll kind of shift on her feet a little bit and just okay, I'm just gonna start speaking because I don't really know how to jump into this, and so I'm just I'm so sorry for lying to you about what I said at Chad's birthday party. It was panicked and the whole thing was unexpected, but it's not an excuse. It was cruel and it was terrible to lie to you like that, and so that I should probably start with that, is that even if I could, I don't think I'll ever make up the hurt that happened because of that.
Her eyes just.
Raven will. Oh, sorry.
No, you go first. You go first.
Raven was going to wait to see like how that is taken from.
Oh, okay. So. That's what I was like gonna.
Yeah.
All right. So, as soon as you mention the birthday party, there's this sort of wave of like the reminiscence that passes over her face, and you watch a deep swirl of pain and sadness that immediately gets yanked back under the surface and smothered almost violently. And her expression goes stone blank. And when you apologize, the eyebrow twitches upward and there's a moment of almost not quite surprise, as in it was unexpected, but more surprise at her own reaction. And her gaze sort of whips up to you. And she's just sort of like nodding. You see it being taken in. Doesn't seem to be a negative reaction, but she hasn't said anything.
Okay. Raven will kind of take in that feedback and continue then. I'm also sorry that I avoided you in the aftermath of that. I thought that what I had thought was that it would be more of a kindness if you didn't have to be in the same room as me. But Boomstick ended up telling me that that was just making things worse for you. I can see how it would make it seem like I was avoiding you, but I thought you wouldn't even... I thought that you wouldn't want to be even in the same room as me, or to see me, so I thought that giving you space would help, but that was misguided.
She sort of exhales. When you mentioned Boomstick, there's another sort of upward twitch of the eyebrow, this time a little bit more in distaste, but still sort of quiet for a moment, and then she kind of I appreciate your apology. I have to say I wasn't expecting it, but I'm glad that it's here.
Yeah, I'm the one who fucked up, not you. And I need there's never a right time for things. But you deserve to know, and I'm not going to be able to tell you the full truth, but and then Raven will, like, in a flurry of like slight confusion, she has the jewelry box in her backpack that Tessa made for her, and so she'll just sort of on like a surface that's high enough, like, I don't know if there's like a table or
there's like an end of the table that's still like kind of upright that would be high enough.
All right, she's not gonna rest it down then. She's just going to hold it so that it opens towards Tessa and like open it for her to see. And as Raven is holding it with both hands. I guess my question, what's with the dress? She'll say with like a tinge more of like humor, I guess, like of like, you know, then like what with the dress?
Just like grab her by the shoulders, just
yeah.
She kind of there's this almost like breathlessness. You hear it, like the sharp intake of breath when you pull out the box, and this almost like just another complex wave of emotions that passes over her face. And you open it, and there's a bit of a soft smile, almost reminiscent. And your question, she just kind of like, she can't even like help herself. She just kind of laughs quietly. For as long as I can remember, I have had pretty consistently the same nightmare. And I don't think I can ever remember a time that I haven't gone to sleep and woken up either in a sweat or just unsettled for the rest of the day. At least not recently, anyway. And a while ago, back before I could really truly put into words a lot of my feelings, I had a dream for what felt like the first time in years. And it was wonderful. It didn't make any sense, but it was almost like my brain was just giving me a break after a lifetime of not being able to catch one. And a bunch of unimportant things happened, but I remember you in that dress. You had flowers in your hair. And you're playing beautiful music. And we just danced for a little while. And it was so precious to me that it was really distressing when I couldn't remember it anymore. But I was lucky enough to make a terrible sketch of what you had looked like before it was gone from my memory entirely. So that's what's up with the dress.
Yeah, because well, that was 100%. Okay, so
Self-awareness roll?
what?
Self-awareness roll?
No, it's whether or not Raven is going to do something.
Oh shit! Damn. Okay.
Yeah. Self-awareness rolls, I make wisdom checks, like flat wisdom checks, because it's Raven's own. Like anyway, I know that you can't make up for when you lie to somebody, but I think that you deserve the truth. And I cannot give you all of it, but so the morning of Chad's birthday party, you probably noticed that we were all acting a little weird.
You all have been acting weird for a while now. It's
yeah,
kind of hard not to notice.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, that's super. We're always a little weird, but I was one. It was because we had. Well, moved us from one timeline to another one. I can't tell you what happened in that previous. Chris, stop looking at me like that. I can't tell you what happened in the other one. It's a mess. And it also means that if you were in the room, and so was Casper. Casper also chose not to remember, which means that you also chose not to remember. I'm glad that you chose not to remember.
So I was right.
Sorry?
I said I was right.
Okay, I thought you said that's right, and I was like, hello, why would Tessa
No.
Yeah. You're too smart for your own good. Tessa, she says that to Tessa, like, with a slight smile.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so much ended up changing in such little time with what happens in that timeline and this one, that I chose to remember because it felt like forgetting would betray the ways that I ended up changing as a person. And that meant that a lot of my feelings ended up changing. And a lot more complicated, I should say. And I didn't know how to tell you, hey, we're not from this timeline anymore. That's how the lie ended up happening. Again, it's not an excuse. I probably just shouldn't have said anything. So I need you to know that you did absolutely nothing wrong. I'm the one who fucked up.
Okay.
Raven closes the music box and puts it back in her bag.
She kind of watches that happen. So, obviously I am going to have to ask what happened at some point, but I get the sense it's not a now conversation, so I'll ask something else.
I also don't think I'd be able to tell you any more than I already have.
Okay. Then Raven, Faustus and I had a conversation.
Okay.
And Faustus came to me first, and he apologized for his sort of participation in what you've thankfully cleared up for me was a lie. And we're on strange but at least hopeful terms. You've given me a lot of context and none of where we stand.
Raven's going to take out 2 pieces of paper. The first one is like it looks like the paper has been creased over and over again from unfolding and refolding again. It's slightly more worn than the second piece of paper, from just constant handling. And Raven kind of puts that behind the other piece of paper, which she opens.
Right.
And her hands are shaking. And both Raven and Sarah are like trying to not cry. As Raven reads off a letter for Tessa.
Oh shit, okay. Strapping in. Strapped.
I've been agonizing over what I could possibly say to you. And nothing I could do can fix the damage I've already done, but you deserve something. Anything that could somehow alleviate the pain I've caused you. You deserve the truth, as much as I can give you. And I'm sorry I cannot tell you more than I already have, but I ask that you trust me because it would only cause you more anguish. But you still deserve honesty, so if there's one last thing I can try to give you, it would be that. I loved you so much. I still do. I would have given you the air out of my lungs if it meant that you could breathe easier. If your happiness somehow meant children or marriage or settling down and getting a house, I would have done all of those things for you. But I think that eventually I would wake up in 5 or 10 or however many years and not know how I got there. Raven will sort of hand Tessa's, well, the second thing in the second piece of paper was the letter Tessa had wrote for Raven, and Raven will kind of extend it out towards Tessa. And then she's going to keep reading.
It takes her a moment before she can move. But with hands trembling so hard she almost drops it, she takes it from you and clenches it in her fist.
So, when I read your letter, whenever I read your letter, I have to check to see if it's really addressed to me. Because by the time I get to the end of the letter, I feel like I've intruded on something I shouldn't have read. I don't see the woman you wrote this letter to in myself. Sorry, Sarah lost.
I saw that happen. That was really great.
Okay. I'm just gonna restart. I don't see the woman you wrote this letter to in myself at all. I'm afraid I'll be searching for her for the rest of my life. I know you know that I haven't exactly had a sunny childhood. Hell, I haven't had a sunny life at all. I could have had that with you. I don't think I've had much room to figure out who I am. And I'm afraid that the person I'll become is someone you won't want. I'm afraid the person that I am is the person that you want. And I think I've always been afraid of that. And I don't think that that's someone that you should be with. From Raven.
You look up at her the first time in a little bit, and she's just standing almost rooted in place. It's not her hands that are trembling, it's her whole body. And she is just looking down at the floor. And there's just these wide tracks of tears that curve down to the chin and are dripping constantly onto the floor by her feet. Her breathing is so shallow that you have to question for a moment if she's really taking in air or just expelling what she doesn't have. And when you finish the note, she takes one sharp inhale that leaves her as quickly as she takes it, but it seems to be enough to get something into her lungs. Raven? All my life, I have been assigned to other people. There has never truly been a moment of my life that's been my own. I watched my entire family die screaming in front of me. I watched my father wither away for months for me. And I kneeled by his side, the only person that had ever truly seen me as me. A child with a kingdom on her shoulders that she had never asked for. And I knew right then, in this moment of terrifying clarity, looking at him, that if I wanted to, I could bring him back. I knew it. And I didn't. Because that would have been what I wanted, not what was right. And selfish.
Sorry. I forgot to mute myself.
You're good. That would have been what I wanted and not what was right. I've spent my entire life staring at moments like that. Moments where if I had been had just an ounce of selfishness, that I could have had a shred of happiness. And I consistently denied them, even though I was nothing but a puppet to the gods and a remnant of a dead people to others. I consistently denied what I wanted, because it's always the needs of others that matter most. When I met you and Faustus, and we got close, it felt like for the first time I had something with no terms and conditions. That maybe the universe wasn't so fucking cruel after all. That I could be happy. Truly happy. With people who mean more to me than anyone has meant to me in a very long time. My life is far longer than it was supposed to be. And every day, I wake up sweating, exhausted, feeling like any day I could just keel over. And maybe that's my soul telling me I should have. But I get up anyway because I know I have people who need me. I think after a lifetime of that, Raven, I wouldn't put what I want on the two people who make me happier than anything. I don't
think that you would.
I
think that...
Raven, I want you to understand who you are, because I know that can be liberating. especially after the life that you've led. I want that for you. But what I don't want is you assuming what I need and what I want. If you're going to place this distance between us, then do it because that's what you want. Don't do it because that's what you think I need. Don't tell me you loved me with a D. If you're going to separate us because you think that I don't already love you with my entire goddamn heart as you are. Raven, I love you. I love you. Present tense. I love you as you are. I love you when you're nervous. I love you when you're angry. I love you when you're sarcastic. I love you when you're sad. I love you when you find peace. Because that's what love is. It's messy. And you fall for people with baggage. And you pick each other up anyway, because that's what it means. So if that's not how you feel, if you feel like you have to know yourself, that's fine. I would never take that from you. In fact, I wouldn't want you to stand here in front of me and take it back if it meant smothering your own self-discovery. But you will not. And she kind of pokes you in the shoulder a little bit. You will not stand here in front of me and use my feelings to push us apart. Because I already love you as you are. And I have for a very long time. You may make your choice, but do it because it's what you want. And own that.
Because I never meant to make it seem like you are the type of person to push what you want on other people. What I was saying is that I would do anything to contribute to your happiness. Even if it meant there was an inkling of anything that you could have possibly wanted. I would have molded myself into the type of person who could fulfill those needs for you.
You're fulfilling those needs already, Raven. You are. You are enough. If you don't see yourself in the letter that I wrote, I understand that. I get it. I didn't write that to back you into a corner. I didn't write that to make you question who you are. I wrote that because that's what I see. You are enough, Raven. More than. You are inside and out. Phenomenal. And I love that about you. I never said you're perfect. 'Cause hell, I'm not either. That would be unfair of me. I don't think it's unfair of me to love you as you are. And if you feel like you're not enough, I understand that too. But forgive me for pulling excuses out. In a way. I'm telling you, standing before me right now, you are enough. I am telling you that you have always been enough. You were enough when you lied to me. You were enough when you avoided me. You were enough when you and I laid together and we just looked at the stars. You were enough when you gave up your pact. And you were terrified. You're enough now. The raven I want is the one standing in front of me. And the raven I'm gonna want in 10 years is whoever I look over, the raven I look over and see by my side if I'm lucky enough to have her there. You're enough.
Can I make a perception check to see how much of this I pick up on?
Sure.
I think Liz said yes.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I didn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. That's a 28.
You missed a lot of the beginning. The beginning was very much quiet and they're talking together, but as this is starting to pick up, you're catching little bits of it. I assume you've stopped giving your master class at this point, or are you still going?
I think the master class has probably ended.
Yeah.
Time has passed.
And you had time
There's
for
only so much to complain about daggers, realistically.
you had time for Q&A, signing, merch. So after all of that,
Renori has Faustus. Renori has Faustus sign the dagger he gave her in episode 3.
That's really cute. That's really cute.
Like, Faustus has already gone over the molecular breakdown of the exact like metal blend of each blade.
And why that one's
But
favorable
it's like
over
this
others.
the entire time.
Nice. You do catch, I think, like, as this is starting to pick up, you're catching bits and pieces of it. They're not exactly yelling, but they've kind of started to migrate a little bit out of quiet talk.
Yeah, I'm just kind of was trying to see if I would have picked up on kind of, at least towards the end of the conversation that's going on. Faustus is going to cast Mage Hand.
Okay.
And Raven will feel a hand just kind of like clasp her hand.
Okay.
Just like supportively. Because she's getting like a lot of like emotional
That's really fucking sweet.
expression from Tessa right now. That's it.
Okay.
It's really sweet.
Things that broke Sarah. What's this? I don't. Okay. Yeah, Raven is going to squeeze like the mage hand for dear life. To the point where it's almost like challenging like 10 pounds of pressure, like squeezing it. And
Raven.
yeah, Raven
I'm
is going to just respond.
Really quick, let me just put in this.
Yeah.
Like, Tessa would have said this at the end of what she was saying. I just didn't say it out loud. I said it in my head. She thinks. Tessa just kind of slows down. And she's like she's not yelling at you. I need to get that across. She's not yelling at you.
Yeah.
She's not. This doesn't seem like angry or in trouble.
Firmly worded email.
Not even that. It's just. It's like, yeah, it's like stress, but it's not, you're not getting any sort of like, even the slightest hint of malice or even anger. It's just conviction. And she sort of slows down a little bit. And, kind of, the shaking has slowed, but not stopped. She goes, Raven, obviously you know this, but it would be a disservice to you as the wonderful person that you are to tell you who you are. So like I said before, if you are going to choose to walk away, then you must do so of your own volition, and knowing that I am standing right here and I am telling you, and I see you as you are, and I love you for it. Those are the facts of this situation, and that I forgive you.
Okay.
If you need time to think about it, just let me know.
No, I think I'm okay. Raven's going to take a deep breath, folds the letter that she had written for Tessa back up. So I think that Raven is sorry.
When the tears surprised you.
Yeah.
Just like, ooh.
I think that Raven right now, like, is fully coming to like terms with how much, or rather how little she thinks of herself. And that's the overwhelming feeling where she's like trying really hard to respond to what Tessa's saying. It's just that emotion is also super overwhelming. I really want for that to be something I can believe. And I'm not saying that I can't believe you because you're someone who, she almost says, tells lies and stops herself. Who can't be trusted. You can't. I will always be afraid that some other foot is going to drop. I'm constantly afraid of good things just coming to an end, and that I'll be left behind. It's happened to me over and over again, that even when things seem good, there's just always a catch. To be the type of person who can believe that one day it'll just be good for me. I can't. I want nothing more than for you to be happy. Too. I just don't know if that means waiting for me to be able to believe that. I know I have a lot of work to do.
Tessa steps forward.
Sorry? I could not hear
Tessa steps forward.
Okay.
Very slowly. And as her eyes are sort of... I assume Raven's also crying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As your eyes are sort of blurred by tears, you see her hand enter your field of vision, and just between her fingers, these green roots kind of just form, just pull out of the skin and form and gather in the center and grow and then bloom into baby's breath flower. She plucks it, and the roots recede. And she kind of gently, if Raven's receptive, would take your hand and put it in your hand and kind of close your fingers around it.
Faustus quickly drops Mage Hand.
Nice. Is Raven okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And she just kind of lets her fingers linger there for a moment before she tilts your chin up. And Raven, I would wait as long as it takes. Because I meant what I said. I love you as you are. And I love you as you will be. I have found my happiness in you. I know what it's like to always wait for the other shoe to drop. That has also been my entire life. But so help me, there will never be another shoe to drop. Not if I can help it.
I'm fundamentally unreliable, Hessa.
Okay.
And I'm short-sighted, and I can be mean, and...
Okay. I know. You can also be incredibly insightful and thoughtful, quick-witted, and very resilient. And a number of other things that I could go on and on about. All of us have the bad. And I know that you've been told your entire life, likely, that the bad is all that makes you up. That you're nothing but those things that you've just told me. But that's fundamentally not true. I am impulsive. And I am at times selfish. And self-flagellating, and I am stubborn as hell, and I get that from my father. We all have traits that balance out the good. Life is about balance.
Raven is going to lean forward so her head is resting against Tessa's forehead. And her eyes are closed. And Sorry, I can't read that.
You should know better about that. We were
know.
doing so well.
I know. Okay. I'll always love you, Tessa. But I don't. And I know that you're, like... Okay, sorry. My parents.
just walked in. And then walked out immediately.
Oh shit, she's crying again. Walks out.
Honestly, kind of. I'll always love you. And I know I don't want to make it seem like I'm choosing for you, or I'm not letting you speak for yourself. I just I think that the only way I can feel free to discover who I am is to let you go. So I don't want to break this. I don't want to have to worry about some ridiculous thing that I end up doing is going to just like how Renori was blasted off into God knows where, and in order for me to convince Agard to let me try to look for her, I ended up, the guards kind of, I think he fell in love with me a little bit. Stuff like that.
Do you think you flirting with another guard?
I'm not saying that that's the thing. I'm not saying that that's the thing. I'm just saying that that is an example of a thing that I do. I go around and
I am not going to bind you to something that you don't feel is right for you.
I think I need to step back.
Are you ever going to step forward again?
I truly couldn't tell you that. But I'm not asking for you to wait for something that I don't know. I don't know if I can keep that promise. Besides, promises are just hopeful lies. You know, that you just hope will be truths.
Okay.
I wish I could give you better news than that.
It's not about me, Raven. It's about you.
But it is about you a little bit.
No.
You know?
No. You do what you need to do. And you find yourself. That is what matters. And she steps away from you.
Can I roll perception just to see, like, Renori knowing from, having talked to Tessa a lot post this everything changing and also hearing bits and bobs from Raven, I feel like, Renori, both her keen mind and her intuition, know what this conversation kinda is. But I more so want to roll perception for her to assess quite literally the vibe that is happening over here. Not, what she's not eavesdropping, but just wanting to sense the energy because
Do
when
insight
it
then.
seems okay, because when the conversation does seem to be over and they break apart, Renori wants to know how to like be there for Raven. So she's trying to suss that out. So that's a 24.
Doesn't
You want to know how to be there for Raven right now?
it doesn't give you between the two of them. There was a moment where there was almost, I guess, a flutter of hope, to put it in a way. But they just broke apart. And just from the physical body language, the tone of the conversation has once again shifted. And it's not giving you the sense of a, shall I say, joyful resolution.
Got it.
It doesn't. You're not getting. Hold on 1 second. You're not getting anger. You're not getting, like intense, I would say, negative emotions in that sense. Just this sort of cloud of sadness and resignation.
Got it. Noted.
What are you rolling for,
I would
Chris?
like to roll to see. Tide kind of wants to know, or try to figure out if it's appropriate to kind of come back together as a group. Not necessarily, again, like Renori, not really.
Like you're just
anything,
assessing their vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be a moment like that in a second. So you don't even have to roll for it. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Raven. So Tessa steps away from you. She said what she said earlier. And she smiles. She goes, I hope you find what you're looking for, Raven. And, I hope someday you'll reintroduce me to yourself. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
And she just kind of swipes at her face. And you just see like an errant hand, and the water kind of just pulls off of her face and dissipates into the room. I cannot do that, but she's cool like that.
I do want you to find happiness, and Boomstick seems like a good friend. And what I'm trying to say is that I hope you like take whatever time. I'm going to probably be taking a breath, but you don't have to feel like you're not part of this group, because you are.
Maybe one day I won't have doubts whispering about that. But that's for me to work on, I suppose.
Raven will just be like, we all have our demons.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're better pets than they are necessarily expelled.
Yeah.
You bring out the best in people, Tessa. I'll miss the person that I was becoming. In your light.
I wish I didn't have to say goodbye to her.
You might not. After all, I think. Anything can happen.
Sure.
There's one thing I know. Is that if anything, I'll survive.
I know you will. And she takes another more distinct step back and kind of recedes a little bit closer to the wall and withdraws into herself.
You know, to be honest, I don't want to go back over there either.
Speaking of which, Tide, you see them somewhat separate a little bit. I don't know if you're allowed to still vibe check if you want, but you see them physically separate a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of want to see if I can tell if they're going to continue to have, because I can tell that they're now at least 2 steps apart, right?
Yeah, like Tessa has kind of starting to curl up against the wall. Like they've moved, and it's starting to give the impression of a conversation winding down.
Okay, I guess I want to see if I can tell if Raven is finished with the conversation.
Okay. Raven, are you?
Yeah, I think that Raven is like, I definitely want to try giving Tessa space, but there's not exactly a lot of room for me to give Tessa space and to also not go back into the absolute, I don't even know what to call it, but like
Shit show.
Yeah, the shit show that is our party. So she's just sort of like,
I'm making a choice.
I'm just gonna stand here, I think.
My dice is making a choice, I should say. Okay. Chris, you were on a line of thought first, so.
You get the impression, like, they're doing, like, the awkward shuffles and stuff.
I think Tide is going to... He's going to walk away from this huddle of a group that we have because he's just bored out of his mind. And he's going to not walk over to Tessa or Raven, but kind of like if we're here and Tessa and Raven are like here, he's gonna kind of go around, so he's like providing another opportunity for Raven to walk away from Tessa and not be walking away to an empty space in a room.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think that Raven will still be like, I don't know if company is exactly the thing,
Oof. Raven will decide that this is a new chapter in her life and will take the opportunity that Tide is giving her. And will sort of reluctantly side shuffle over to where Tide is and be like, she won't say anything. She'll just sort of stand there.
Can I do a perception check on Raven right now?
For what?
I want to figure out if Tide wants to know if he should start up a conversation or just kind of leave it in silence and be there in case she wants to talk.
Roll me an insight check.
Okay, come on, +8. That is a natural 20 for 28.
Okay, well, what's
Okay.
going on with Raven?
Raven, you can see that Raven has this air of awkwardness in general. She's very like, where the fuck is this go? Is this gonna go somewhere? Or is this like,
We just gonna stand here? Or...
If he starts talking, what would I even say? Hello, please, it's so loud in my mic. Thank you. Ella, please.
I love her so much. Breathe at any volume you want, baby.
Okay, I'm putting you down now.
She's going in jail.
Jail just being my form.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raven is kind of like, is this man gonna speak? Like she's kind of like, depending on what Tide is going to say next, will determine whether or not Raven's going to say anything.
But does she want to speak? Does she want to talk, or does she want to
Probably
stand there?
not, but she seems like if this man starts a conversation, like, let's see if I'll entertain it. So she's not like completely closed, but she's like, I'd rather not, but if something happens, like, I guess I'll see where this goes. You know.
Oh boy.
What a choice to give Tide.
Tide sure does be making choices all the time.
And decisions.
I think Tide will make eye contact with Raven, and like for like an appropriate amount of time, like kind of
prolonged eye contact.
Prolonged eye contact.
Like I know that, like he's trying to say without saying, I know that wasn't easy. I'm here if you want to talk, but I don't really expect anything. And then he's going to just sit down.
Raven rolled a nat 1 insight check on whatever Tide is going on. So Raven, because she rolled a nat 1, even though it's a +8, goes up to 9, and she'll still be like, did you want to talk about something?
Oh, I just wanted to give you a space to... And he's now sitting, like, looking up at you.
Wow. This... Okay.
Step on me!
Also sit down. Because she's not gonna have a conversation where she's standing fully up and then Tide, despite being 6 foot, is just sitting there. Yeah, Raven's gonna also sit and she's gonna be like, thank you. Thanks. I think.
Yeah.
Thanks, I think.
Raven
And then I think Tide will
is
start.
so confused, but he's gonna take it.
Yeah.
Tide's just gonna start kind of like looking in his bag, basically just organizing. Not really saying, but leaving the opportunity if anybody wants to have a conversation.
I think that Raven is going to look to see if Renori is looking at the two of me and Tide sitting next to each other.
She is,
Okay.
but she's
Raven-
also. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. If you are, Raven is going to make a look at Renori like, what the fuck is this? Like referencing like whatever Tide is doing, and we'll be like,
Renori's
shrug.
Renori's gonna mouth, being nice. And then what Renori wants to do, since Tide decided to go talk to Raven, and doesn't want to intrude on whatever that is based on Raven's facial expression to her, would slowly approach Tessa. Is Tessa standing or sitting?
She has slowly, once Raven moved away, started very slowly just wandering to a separate area of the room. And she would have leaned against the wall and probably slid down to sit, just not really being able to stand right now.
Renori would walk over and not like immediately sit because she doesn't want to impose herself. She'd kind of like awkwardly rub her arms. Do you want company? You don't have to talk. Do you want company?
Tessa looks up at you, and you see like almost a visible moment where she like recognizes someone is talking to her. Like just this look of confusion that morphs into like recognition, and then she just kind of, with a very quiet whimper, just nods.
So Renori will move and like slide down the wall to sit next to her, and if Tessa is receptive, kind of like wrap an arm around her shoulder and like bring her in so like Tessa could lean on her and rest her head like against Tessa's, and just sit there quietly.
Okay. Before I jump back over to Raven and Tide, I do want to send us on our break really quick. So if you've been with us, thank you, thank you, thank you. Feelings are happening. But that is even better of an excuse than usual to take a break. So please get some water. Get a snack if you want one. If you haven't taken your medicine for today, please take your meds, if that is healthy for you to do at this time. And, just check your posture. Do a little stretchy stretch. And we will be back very, very soon to give you more emotions and feelings and maybe plot. We'll see what happens. All right.
What do you mean the emotions isn't the plot?
with this group, no way.
And
Groups and I know me she. Okay, we will be back very soon. Bye-bye.
the way stream is so behind that Tide is
So you're not the one how Essex pegs, or is the one who gets pegged?
Again, we really got to work on the landings.
Oh no, we went live.
Well, talking about Shadowgast again. Oh no.
It's not about being exposed, because you're not being exposed. We know. It's just about sticking the landing. We got to work on the landings.
To be fair, I said I'm gonna behave, and then Sarah said, "Oh, so you're not gonna talk about how Essex pegs or gets pegged?" So,
yeah, that was. I understand the circumstances. Before we jump back into the game, I also just wanted to say thank you quickly to an anonymous person who bought me Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes off of my throne wish list. Which is really cool.
So fun fact, I don't know how to put my name on it, so it might have been me. I can't confirm or deny that, but it.
I did get a panicked DM in the middle of our campaign from Chris, saying, "Oh shit, I bought something off of Throne, but I didn't put my name on it. How do you do that?" And then, never mind.
Oh, the exact same thing happened to me when I did the leather journal. I don't know if you remember that, but you were like, "Oh yeah, an anonymous person got the thing," and I was just like, "Yeah, anonymous." I don't think I did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just.
No, I like credit for my generosity.
Well, I wasn't trying to be sneaky about it, which is
I know.
Like I usually try to be like.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. At first, I thought all of the purchases were anonymous, but then Tony's had her name on it when Tony bought me my wonderful baby's first meat dude. I have to keep plugging it like Vanna White. Yeah, it had Tony's name and message on it, so I don't know what's up with that. But
I think I just didn't see a step.
That's fair.
That honestly is probably just me.
Same.
So I signed it as, I heard that Essex put his name in, and I was told that the process has like an option to put your name in or to leave it anonymous. So like it's like at the top and it kind of like
Essex gave you some pretty weird details when describing how
we talk in depth, you know. It's just that
yes, and then I clicked. And then I moved my cursor over to here and clicked.
Yeah, he's a really good teacher.
And then I typed my name in.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's me, Essex. Anyway. Well, thank you, Chris, for Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. I'm very excited. Thank you, Anonymous, for Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. I can't wait to pull all sorts of unspeakable evil from that book. So
yeah, great, thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm kind of pissed, but whatever.
It's fine. I could also pull good things. You never know.
It could have been the Treasury of Dragons. That would have been an interesting curveball to throw at us at this point in the campaign.
And
it's the Chroma Conclave. This has been Critical Role the entire time. Roll initiative.
You can certainly try.
It always has been.
Yes. The Legend of Mox Vacana. Anyway. So to jump us back in, it's a quick reminder of where we were. You're still in this room, still waiting for Ripley. Raven and Tessa just finished a hard conversation. Renori has taken a seat by Tessa's side, kind of in the farthest corner of the room, away from everyone. And it's just sort of allowing her to lean into her shoulder. While Tide has sort of done the same in the very Tide-like fashion where he's taken a seat so that Raven also feels she needs to take a seat. And is sort of aimlessly sorting through his pack to give her some space to talk.
Honestly, that was the best breakup I've ever been a part of. Slightly.
Same. And I wasn't even in it.
So.
You know. We'll start with Tide and Raven. Raven, Tide is being Tide, but is giving you space to talk if you want to take it.
I don't think Raven is feeling like talking about this. So she's probably gonna be like, so she did say thank you, I think. But she's also gonna just be like, I'm just gonna continue sitting here. She probably like has her head tilted back, like her eyes are closed because it was a lot emotionally, and so I think she's just trying to take time to like alleviate the slight headache that gives you.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know about y'all, but gorgeous girls get massive headaches after they cry.
This is true.
So
Everyone knows hot girls have stomach problems.
This is also true. Okay.
Am I a hot girl?
Yes.
Yes.
yeah,
So Tide is going
We
to
talked about this.
the state of
My
being.
stomach problems indicated.
Tide is going to open his bag up a little bit further and be like, "Oh my god, I completely forgot about this."
Oh, Raven says, wondering if this was like directed at her.
Tide pulls out the mace that he stole from the store in like episode 1, I think.
Yeah.
And pulls it out and is like, "I've had this the whole time. No wonder this thing is."
Raven is going to be
28
she's
episodes.
going to close her eyes and sort of chuckle. She is going to real quick just be like, you know, I think I am glad that I chose to sit here. Yeah. Like in her head, that's what she said. Because that is just, you couldn't ask for that, you know? To happen to you in real life. And she's just going to take out, she has 2 daggers equipped on her, along with her rapier, but she just has 2 other daggers. And one of them also came from the shop, and she's going to be like, yeah, I got this one too. I mean, I didn't, it's overkill to have 4 daggers, I think, on your person at all times.
Axel Dan entered the chat.
Yeah, she said that. She said that loud enough for Faustus to hear.
Never have too many daggers because every once in a while you want to, and he just like chucks a dagger like into a wooden beam. And it's like you want to throw them. You can't always get them back quickly enough, and so you need to have another one. He grabs the second one and throws it next to the first one to throw after you throw the first one.
Yeah,
4
I
is even
actually
better than
took
2.
notes on that. And Renori with her free hand will like hold up her book
I
that
love
she
that
has
we're all
the
having this shouty conversation across the room. After that, okay, yeah, this is perfect. Raven will kind of like adjust herself so she has the 2 daggers plus her short sword from Casper, just like, yeah, I think I got it. I'm just saying, I think 4 is a lot.
Not if you're fighting 5 people.
You should have at least as many daggers as you have hands, so 2 is a good number, I think.
I'm just imagining Renori just scribbling something out and writing that down.
No,
instead.
she already took
forget
intensive notes
third
during the
thing.
master class.
Tide isn't really paying attention to any of this,
Of course he's not.
looking at the mace.
I love him.
And then trying to decide. He doesn't, but he's also very like cautious about taking it out because there are bodyguards.
Yeah,
out,
who, by the way, we're not super huge fans of us launching weapons all of a sudden. But after it, like, after this general sort of, like, jump to attention, almost like in response, they sort of calm down, but they are now watching you more carefully.
I just look over at them and see them watching and say, "Game of darts, boys?" And I minor illusion a little bullseye, like target, onto the wooden wall. We're gonna be here a while.
Roll me a persuasion check.
It's not gonna be good. It's not good. It's a 7.
The redhead.
Wait.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Raven's not gonna do anything. She's gonna just let this play out and watch.
Okay. The redhead at the end almost perks up, and then the guard next to him who's playing Wigman earlier just kind of elbows him.
This poor redhead guard, man. It's just going through it.
Tossed around.
Yeah.
My emotions.
They don't seem too excited about the darts.
Raven's going to get up, seeing that no one was game, and then attempt to throw a dagger at this.
Okay, roll to hit.
Just so he's not fucking just standing there with this thing. What even is weapon damage?
You don't have to do damage. Just tell me what.
No. I know. 15.
Okay. You don't hit the bullseye, but you get like impressively close. Not like whoa, but more like oh shit. Does that make sense based on the reaction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Renori's gonna like turn to Tessa and be like, okay, I just listened to Faustus for like a long time talk about daggers, and I feel a need to prove myself. Are you okay if I step away for a second and try to hit that?
She just nods.
Renori will press like a very sweet platonic kiss to her temple and then like stand up and like take out the dagger that Faustus gave her and try to hit the thing.
Okay, roll to hit.
I'm so afraid, besties. That's a 10.
You just find the outer edge of it. So you hit it.
Raven offers a high five. No? Okay.
Renori does it, but she's clearly very disappointed in herself.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that was your first time, right?
It was, but
I didn't. My first time throwing a dagger, it didn't even impale into the
I'm just usually a better student. That's all. And she's gonna sulk over and take the dagger out.
Since Faustus' daggers are already in the wall,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to roll sleight of hand to try to take Raven's other dagger.
Okay.
If you ask,
Roll me-
he would probably just give it to you.
Raven, roll me a perception check.
That's not how he does things.
I know.
This is more
Renori scurries away from the target, by the way, after she retrieves her dagger, knowing that these motherfuckers are gonna start chucking more things that way.
Okay.
The way that I missed my dice tray, but I got it back 20
Damn.
for 24.
Faustus?
29 sleight of hand.
Shit. You see Faustus.
Damn.
You see Faustus go to collect the knives. I mean, it doesn't seem like anything's up.
All right. Now I will show you all how it's done.
Tide is going to stand up while he's
Throw a
doing this
dagger.
Okay, wait.
and grab the mace,
Oh no.
Oh,
and he's
no.
going to try to throw the mace.
No, buddy.
Renori cast hold person.
No.
Tide, roll to hit with disadvantage.
Okay.
Wait, Faustus,
It's just
are
a
you
flat
using
roll,
Raven?
right?
Yeah, so you're just like, you're rolling as if you're attacking. Don't worry about the damage.
Are you using Raven's dagger?
Yes.
Okay.
Disadvantage. So I got a 10.
Okay. Are you actually casting hold person, Renori?
Yes.
Okay.
Tied with a giant ass mace? You think Renori's gonna see that and be like, "Ooh, good idea"?
So,
No.
Faustus,
Yeah, I think
what
that
were...
Raven is...
Sorry, what?
No, Raven is probably also extremely concerned about what the fuck Tide is trying to do.
Faustus, what are you were starting to show off before this happened, so what are you doing? So I can thread this all together.
I guess I'll wait to see what happens with this mace before I throw.
Okay. So you start to tell them you're gonna show them how it's done. And Tide,
No, let me finish.
the best idea in the world enters your head. And you pick up this mace, and you can't really over the head throw it because of the weight balance. You know, you're smart enough to know it would just fall and impale your foot, and that would suck. So you're kind of going for the shot put, the spinny approach. And Renori, you see Tide take his first spin, and you cast Hold Person. That's a wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom save. Yeah.
So Tide, roll wisdom saving throw, please.
Ooh, that's a 19.
Yeah, yep, it doesn't take hold.
As you spin, you do feel your arms like lock up weirdly, but you kind of just like relax your muscles a little bit and it passes. And woof, 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 and then you release. And it kind of just woof, 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 and it does embed in the wall, but it's closer to the ground than it is to the target. But it does like firmly get stuck in the wall and splinter it. At this point, all of the guards, hey! And they draw, like, they not drawing their weapons and aiming them at you, but weapons are drawn. That's enough.
I'm really sorry. Really sorry.
These are no fun.
Collect your weapons and please just, it's enough.
Yeah, that's fair.
Renori bites her tongue for the first time in her life ever, maybe.
I'm proud of her. That's Sarah.
Faustus's eyes narrow. All right, now I'm gonna roll a die.
See
whether or not he throws the dagger at the target anyway is what I'm doing.
Yeah, I knew it.
He does it anyway.
Nice.
So Faustus is going to. They say, "Hey, enough! Collect your weapons," and he's just going to be like, just throw
At the
it
target?
Like he was just waiting
at
like
the
this.
target.
At
the target.
Roll to hit.
I'm just imagining Faustus was already like this and just had
Oh,
to complete...
phenomenal! Thank God for this. Okay, that is a 28. I rolled a 19.
Sticks right in the center of the target. You do get kind of respectful applause from the redhead guard. He doesn't get elbowed this time. Please.
Is that my dagger?
Hmm? Oh, it is, isn't it?
Raven goes and collects her 2 daggers from me.
Nice.
Approaches Faustus with the dagger that he stole, like outstretched, and she'll point it at him and just be like, "You can ask."
Sort of
Renori laughs.
looks around at everyone else. It seemed more fun this way.
Renori is actually laughing at that.
I'll ask in the future. Sorry.
You're fine. It's just... Honestly, it's not out of the ordinary with you, so I don't know what I was expecting. Raven is going to look at the door where Ripley had disappeared with her father and just be like, please, show up.
Please, that would be a great time.
Renori is gonna take that brief beat to like get close to Raven and like just give her a hug if Raven is receptive, even if she's kind of not receptive.
Raven will let the hug happen, but she's definitely like, what the fuck is happening right now?
And Renori's just gonna whisper in her ear, hey little mama, let me whisper in your ear.
Nice.
Sorry, and say, if you need anything, just let me know. That's all. And then she's gonna like skitter away.
While all this is happening, I think Tide is trying to rip the scimitar.
Roll me a strength check, Tide.
Tide's just like,
like leg up on the wall, just really, yeah.
Yeah, I think that Raven is just going to let that happen, and she has like one hip like kicked out. She has like a hand on it. She's just watching Tide attempt it.
Tide is gonna rub his hands together to give himself bless.
I bet you
Nope.
5 gold pieces that he doesn't get it out. Raven whispers to the Faustus.
How much did you bet?
5 gold.
I'll take that bet.
Okay.
If I get the D4 out.
Renori, while Tide struggles, is gonna go over to Casper, like waltz on over to him and be like, too bad the guards said we couldn't throw any more stuff at the target, because I was gonna bet you couldn't make a bullseye.
I mean, I saw what was happening. I just didn't feel it. It was a moment. It was a moment. I definitely would have made it.
You'd suck. No, you wouldn't have.
I definitely would have, but I'll let you have that. I'll let you have it. That's okay.
It's less fun that way, but okay.
Yeah.
I'm not satisfied.
Tide, what'd you get?
13.
13.
Oh no.
Just.
Oh no.
It is so in there. It does budge and kind of like move a little bit, but some of the top spikes, the top spikes are in down to like the metal ball that they're attached to. So you get like sort of the bottom half loose, but the top half is still stuck.
I believe that's 5 gold.
New bet, Casper. You can't get that out of the wall.
You just want to see me fall on my ass.
I do.
Fork over 5 gold.
All right.
Can I keep trying to get it out? Can I keep rolling to try to get it out?
Sure. Roll me another strength check.
Just for the next hour.
That +1 modifier, I tell you what.
Mine's a -1, so when it comes to strength. So.
Okay, 17.
Okay. You give another firm tug, and it does come loose out of the wall.
Alright, just know, Casper, I'm firmly waiting for an opportunity to challenge you to humiliate yourself in front of everybody.
Okay.
With love and respect.
I know. Sorry.
Renori claps for Tide. Claps for Tide.
Thanks, Dad. I am 5 gold richer.
For what?
Raven is very smug. What?
Probably because you're awesome, Tide.
That's stupid.
I didn't say that.
I also didn't say that.
Also.
I simply made a bet, and I'm 5 gold richer now. So, thank you, Tide.
Tide, as you ponder what that means, the door does open. And, the
Sorry, I've been like, what is
It's
this
the
door,
visible. It's the visible Breakfast Club, like for me.
I can't. The door does open, and in walks Ripley first, and then a sort of wiry half orc, more like lean muscle than bulk, about Tide's height, a little bit shorter, with black hair that's sort of, it looks like almost a little bit unkept, so it's like grown a little bit. It has sort of these white streaks through it in various places. There is a youthful sort of look to his face. I see you. Just hold on. There's a sort of youthful look to his face. He's wearing clothes that, simple clothes that almost give you the impression of like pajamas or lounge clothes. He just kind of has these bright eyes, and as he follows in Ripley, and then behind him is you see Brock and you see Rob. So the whole family essentially enters in. The guards all give a respectful sort of like fist to the chest as they all enter, and a couple of them do also bow as well, but for the most part it's just the fist, and then they stand at attention now that they're being perceived by superiors. And what's up, Raven, before anything else?
What color hair does Brock have again?
Black.
Okay, they all have black hair. Okay.
So the family sort of enters the room and the door is shut, and Ripley kind of takes in the wall, and kind of has a moment of like, you see this visible, like, did I do that? As everybody sort of gathers in, it's just like a small moment, and Ripley just sort of has this, I would say, clouded look to her. Little bit complex, I would say. And at first there's nothing said, but then Ripley steps forward. Hey guys. I hope you weren't super bored. I'm sorry I made you wait.
We found ways to entertain ourselves.
That's really great. Okay.
Ouch.
Raven has like the 5 gold still in her hand, and she just puts it back in her like backpack where she keeps it. Like, she pretends she's just like looking for something, but she's just like, I'm just not gonna mention it.
That's fair, yeah. We just kind of like, you see this almost feigned like brightness you think a customer service pass has been able to give her. She just goes, guys, this is John, my brother. John, this is Faustus, Raven, Renori, Tide. Over there, that's Casper and Boomstick and Tessa. These are all my really good friends. I'm gonna kind of like, I guess we can all talk and stuff, but they have been adventuring with me, and they're really cool and really smart and powerful and just really great people. And I'm really glad you got to meet them and that they get to meet you. And then kind of like pulls him into the room a little bit and then sort of like pushes him towards you guys a little bit, and he just kind of like stumbles over towards where you all have clustered, sort of by the bullseye a little bit. I know Renori went back over to Casper, and Ripley turns to speak with her father and Brock for a moment. So Raven and Faustus and Faustus has left us, and Tide. John is kind of just standing here, just hi. It's nice to meet you, and he holds out his hand. I've heard amazing things about all of you. you're all pretty cool. From what I hear.
Raven offers her hand to shake his back.
It's
Tide kind of
quickly-
waves the mace, like hello.
he gives you an equally enthusiastic but a little confused wave.
It's nice to meet you. I don't know much about you, but I know that Ripley loves you probably more than anything in the world.
Oh.
So it's an honor to meet someone that important to someone so important to me.
He kind of, there's like a sort of darker flush that his skin takes on a little bit. He just kind of like gets a little bit bashful. Like, that's I mean, I would extend the same to you from what she said about all of you.
What has Ripley said about us? Raven says with like a hint, like a large amount of amusement in her voice.
I guess like this feels. I could go around. I guess.
It was mainly a joke.
I'm kind of curious, actually, massively. So.
You don't know. Just, there was an opportunity for a joke. It passed. It's fine.
I mean, I'm invested, but
we don't have to popcorn around about what was explicitly said about each of us.
I like being told nice things about myself. I don't know about you, but anyway.
But I'm glad to see that you're okay. You know, we were.
Yeah, where you been?
Ripley seemed awfully worried about you. Raven will say a little at the very end of that, just to make it a little bit more graceful.
There is a sort of like that sort of pleasantness. There's just like a kindness to him. You know those people that just like easygoing and really smooth. Not smooth as in like suave, but just something about them is just smooth, I guess.
Yeah, like me.
I love you, Kristen. And it's
Okay, Chris. All right, I didn't need to be roasted with your facial expression. I already knew what I did. All right.
Chris is a Libra. I really don't know what to explain to you, Kristen.
That's you're asking too much, bestie. You see that sort of I guess amiability like flicker for a moment, and he just kind of like hunches a little bit, and it reminds you very much of his sister. Well, how much has Ripley told you?
Just that you've been in correspondence with her for a while, and that there was something in the last letter you sent to her that made her feel a lot of concern. And so we're here. Yeah.
We're queer.
Nice. Roll credits.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did Tide see the table break?
Yes, you were in the room.
Oh, and also she started glowing at one point, so that was kind of weird, and then broke the table.
That also happened, but it was mainly the first thing, and then we got here. You know. Also, Kip is back.
He
That's
is?
something he's back at Isolde's house. You know.
Who's
yeah.
Kip? Tide is going to actually say that.
Kip is the lovely gentleman we met at Isolde's house where we slept.
Oh, right.
Raven is going to be like Raven is absolutely mortified. If anyone looked at her right now, it would be like, what the fuck?
Same with Renori. Renori can't school her face. Are you kidding me? She's like
Raven, that just took Raven out. This was the last straw, I think, of just everything that's happened.
I hope it was a. He kind of like looks over your faces, and then Tide died.
No,
It just
he's fine. He's okay. He was
Oh,
just,
he's doing great now, I'm sure.
really confused.
we just met, so I don't want to be rude, but that's like the exact way that Ripley told me that my fish died when we were younger. So I'm kind of like not super inclined to believe you at the
He's
moment.
definitely not at the level of your fish died at all.
No.
He's a paladin now, I'm pretty sure.
I think
Yeah,
he
he's
feels
getting
very
good.
alive.
There's been some changes, I'm assuming, since the last you saw him. But yeah, he's back. So, and then Raven's going to look for where like Ripley's talking to her.
Okay.
Brother. Like,
John just looks so confused. So confused. Ripley pulls away from that group, and there's just this sort of slight hauntedness to her expression. And she kind of comes over to where everyone's talking. So you've all met. That's cool. I think we should go on a walk. All of us.
I would love to get the fuck out of this room.
I would love to take you on a tour of the grounds.
I would love to get the fuck out of this room that I've been in the entire time.
Yes.
I would love to get the fuck out of this room, not in a situation where I am suddenly being teleported elsewhere.
That happened. Yep. Raven's already like in a direction, is just walking.
Long day, huh, gang?
Yeah.
Tide is putting the mace back into his bag, like you're just trying to shove it down. Yeah, I'm ready.
Noria.
Raven sees that and she's just shaking her head like, how did you forget that thing was in there? She's just gonna not even broach the topic though.
If Renori is receptive, Ripley will pull her into a tight hug.
Renori will not be prepared for that. She will accept it, kind of, stiff. But the minute it all clicks into place, like, it'll all happen in a split second, like, before Ripley can say anything, she'll start sobbing.
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No,
she just keeps kind of repeating that over and over for a few minutes.
No, I'm crying. It's because I know you feel so bad. And it sucked. And it scared the shit out of me. But it's okay. And I don't want you to feel bad.
Raven whispers to Faustus, how long do you think that's gonna take for them to make up? Because I really was hoping to get out.
Yeah, as well. I hope it not wraps up quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Ripley pulls apart from you, and she just kind of gently wipes away your tears with her thumb. Let's just go. And just kind of goes up to, like, kind of moves past her brother and her father. The guards instantly step aside, and Ripley holds open the door for you all to exit the room.
Is Casper and Boomstick and Tess, they're all coming as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody's leaving.
Raven is going to check to make sure that, like, Tessa has gotten up and is, like, on her way.
She doesn't move at first, but Boomstick, when everybody's leaving, Boomstick lingers behind and helps her to her feet.
Okay. Yeah, when Raven sees that Boomstick moved to get Tessa is then when she will exit.
Okay. you all start to move down one of the halls of this citadel. And
Before we walk out, Tidy's gonna walk by the redhead and kind of like pat him on the shoulder and just be like, "Sorry about the wall, dude," and like look over at like the big chunk of wall now missing, like at the bottom of the floor that clearly is probably now no longer structurally sound.
nope.
And then just go, "How to do it," and then walks out.
Before you leave, he leans in and goes, "I thought it was cool." And you make your way out. So
Not this, Chris. Not the doing it to him.
Ripley sort of is walking with haste and leads you all through this sort of complex. Guards, seeing this entourage coming at just sort of in the way that cars move aside for ambulances, just kind of find the walls and take a respectful salute until you all pass, and then they continue on their path. And she leads you pretty deep in through winding hallways and such, and she opens, there's really beautifully made, actually, like an archway, and the sort of archway is like designed to look almost like a vine that's kind of curving up from one end and just down and over, and there's just a set of simple wooden doors within, but the archway is really intricately carved, and she just shoves open the door and ushers you all inside and then closes it, and you're inside a small library. There are a few scattered tables with green velvet chairs and books. It's quite small. It's not this this extensive things, but there are a few tables with chairs. There's nobody in here at the moment. A couple of small lanterns light the space, and Ripley sort of just leans on the door and then looks at it, makes a choice, and then snaps the handle off.
Renori's eyes light up, and she has to use effort to pay attention.
Raven, when Ripley snaps the door handle off, will sort of approach Ripley, hold, like grab her hand, her other hand, and will just be like, "What happened?"
Ripley, it seems like the first time in a while she stopped moving. You get the sense from the panic that she's been settled in it for a little while. And at your contact, she's just like small, almost like desperate noise escapes her. And then she like clenches her fists and, like, not crushing her hand, but just separately clenches her fists and sort of stands up. Guys, we have a big fucking problem. I'm gonna try and give you the speed run edition of this.
You can start from when you met with your brother. I was there and sort of cut them up to that point.
Okay, that's really helpful.
Faustus is one with the shadow.
I know that now.
Those are from Invisible.
I'm not upset. Just okay.
I hope I didn't leave too soon. It seemed private, but also it felt like maybe you were safe, which was what I was there to make sure of in the first place.
I'm only torn because that's really sweet. And like, yeah, you did probably leave at the good time, but you also like missed everything I'm about to say. So it's like, I appreciate your heart, Faustus. That was, oh man, really, you're amazing, dude.
Balance is tricky.
Balance is tricky. So true.
Raven
Speaking
will sort of pat Faustus on the shoulder, like, you did it good. It's okay.
Speaking of balance, of moral balance and the world in balance, so since Faustus has caught you up, that's great. Found out about my fucking bloodline, and so my brother and I can do stuff, and it is dangerous, and I still don't know how to feel about it. And, okay. Putting that aside. So, my brother's safe. That's cool. What he had sent me in his letter was really worrying me because it involved, I guess, the power stuff, which he didn't know how to tell me. So he didn't, and he should have. I know that now. There's another factor to it. So you know how we are looking for stones that are really super dangerous and shouldn't be in the wrong hands? You know how that's the thing we're doing?
Yes.
Is there a stone in this compound right now, Ripley?
Is there a stone with your aunt?
I found one, guys. It's here. I just want to say I didn't know.
No, that's so fair.
I didn't know.
No, I don't think we think you did.
My dad showed me where John.
Ross is just pulling out his lockpicks, and he's like, "Where is it?"
No, hold on. It's not going to be that easy. So my dad was telling me, and John already knew. It was, I guess, more for me, but he was telling me about our lineage and my mom and my aunt, and it was like cool, I guess. I have powers and magic, and I've never had that before, and that's fucking terrifying. And then he was like, "Oh, Ripley, you're my oldest, and I love you really much, and everyone else has received a gift, and you've come home, so I'm gonna give you a gift." And then he led me to a separate room with my brothers, and apparently Brock fucking knew about this. Not that he would have had a way to tell me, but they have a stone.
Brock knew about the gemmings. What?
They have a stone here, and my dad has been using it to give people powers as a gift because he doesn't understand what it is, and he thinks Mom left it for us.
Well, that simply won't do.
And it's working, and I'm really conflicted because, we obviously have to take it, but no one is caused evil, if you catch my drift. But I'm really conflicted.
Your dad knows that we're finding powerful stones that are ripping apart the material plane.
He knows that now. So I don't know what the fuck is up with that. So...
How many people have been gifted powers, would you say?
Definitely Brock.
Shit.
Wait, Brock didn't get powers from your mom?
No, he's adopted.
Raven checks that off in her back. Like a mental checklist.
No,
Notes.
He,
Loop closed.
He's adopted. His mom got really sick, and so she asked my dad to take care of him before she passed. So he's my brother. He grew up with us, but yeah.
So
Definitely him. Definitely some of the soldiers. I don't know how many. I was trying not to freak out and clue him into how I felt about all of this. So that's a thing.
How off the table is just telling your dad and hoping he'll give us the stone? On a scale of 1 to...
Yeah, I'm not fully understanding where the conflict is coming in, given that we have to do this. Your dad knows that we're doing this, and so it seems pretty easy to be like, "Hey, Dad, Remember that super important mission? Well, guess what? You just presented me part of a solution to that. May I have it? Thank you.
The thing about my dad is he's really stubborn. And I mean, I will definitely try, but I feel like he's just gonna be like, oh, Ripley, I can take care of it. I got it. It's fine. I won't let the bad guys have it, instead of just giving it to us, which is like what needs to happen. You know,
We have a Lord Denethor Boromir situation on our hands. That's what I'm hearing.
yeah, exactly.
It's
We should
not,
use it against the enemy.
Yeah.
it's really not about making sure the enemy doesn't get it. It's about that they need to be destroyed and removed from anybody's hands.
I feel like I made that clear. Raven will pipe up, just like trying to think back of like what exactly she said. She said to this man.
I
I said we were destroying gems.
I'm gonna talk to him, I think, but
Well, maybe not quite yet. I think we should gauge, perhaps, do we anticipate a positive response, and if not, perhaps it is best not to ask, so as not to raise alarm.
We've got to get it either way. Not getting it isn't an option.
Right, but it might be harder to get it through subterfuge if we start with honesty.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. So what I'm thinking is team inside from the back needs to do it again.
What am I supposed?
I wish I knew what that meant. I really don't know what that
Raven
means.
picked up on it.
It's probably for the best.
Oh, I get it. Never mind.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I didn't. The name really threw me off.
I to be fair, I didn't pick the team name.
Who picked the team name?
I think a pigeon.
Faustus.
That sounds pigeon-like.
Is your brother safe here, Ripley? I know he's been isolated to prevent him from harming others with his abilities, but is he happy? Content, at least?
She casts a glance over at him, and by now, he's listening, but he's kind of just receded a little bit into the corner. He's kind of like picking at his nails. And she just gives him this long look and then turns back to you. He's not happy here. Look, Dad did everything he could to keep him comfortable. I mean, he wasn't like locked in a cell or anything. It was like our old room when we were babies. So it's like, there's like a bed and there's like, he has like books and stuff and he can ask for anything he wants. He's just lonely. And, well, that's what I wanted to ask you guys because
You want to take John with us?
If we can. I understand what that's asking. But I feel like together we can learn to control this.
I don't know how we can say no.
The choice ultimately lies with, I think, Casper on whether or not he wants to bring another crew member aboard. But for my part, I don't see a reason we couldn't bring him along.
The choice lies with me. Renori jokes.
Raven ignores it.
I wonder if the nature of your abilities would be suppressed by the brig aboard the ship. Not as a imprisonment, but simply as a, if you ever wanted to go down there to sleep without risking that you teleport your bunkmates or something of that nature. That would be
that's a baby.
Right? Or just sort of like a rage room where you could go when you're feeling angry.
Casper just kind of like pipes up like, it would work. It would definitely work.
It's almost an ideal locale.
So, one of the guards mentioned, there's a person here that is some sort of expert in magic that your father employed. That, I'm assuming that had to do with John, but wouldn't they also be able to understand how dangerous the stone is?
She just kind of clenches her jaw a little bit. Killigan is a selfish bastard, and I don't trust a single word from his mouth.
Yep, that's all you had to say. That's, oh god.
So here's what I'm hearing. Would they let John go willingly, to clarify, or do you think we would have to whisk him away?
Ripley just, ooh. I think that I would have to do a lot of really good convincing, and it could maybe work, but I don't know. We might have,
if we are going to split into team and side back.
I think here's what I think, because I think that if we try to go the let's talk route and it goes well, it'll be like sick, no hard feelings, you know, not another place you guys have to add to your list about like being worried about, you know, if it goes well. But if it doesn't go well, my dad is really good at grudges, like really good. It's one of his best talents, and
Me too.
Renori. So,
it's like he would have a group of orcs trying to chase us down whenever we go and ride out.
not to kill anybody. He's not vengeful in that sense, but when he has something he perceives to be his in some way or another, and it's taken, it's not a super positive thing to him, and he would want it back, whether that's, you know, my living brother or the rock. So
Yes, wasn't there something about reconquering lands as well?
he was, yeah, there were like some fuckwads that tried to take the city from us because they're racist, and we killed them. It was like a whole thing.
Ripley, I need to get a couple of things just clear.
Yeah.
So, you want your brother to be free from this space?
Yes.
Do you see a possibility, an option, where if your dad said no, you would be okay leaving your brother behind?
No.
Okay. So that's one non-negotiable.
I can't leave him like this.
2, we cannot leave that stone.
No.
And it's not a matter of keeping it from the bad guys. It's not a matter of taking away something from your father. It's a matter of, if it sticks around, the material plane is fucked. So that's another non-negotiable. And yet, you just said that your dad is stubborn and might say no, and yet those two things still have to happen. So if your dad says no, them being pissed off at us and chasing us around is just something it sounds like we have to accept. Am I wrong?
I just don't want us to be in a position where we have to hurt anybody from my people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It does, but Ripley,
I know that's the reality.
that might be impossible.
I know. I just I trained a lot of these guys. I've visited so many families. I've brought towels to moms giving birth, and witness the naming of their children. I've been a part of this culture since I grew up. I am a central part of it, and I know what we have to do, and I fucking promise I won't hesitate. But that doesn't mean I want to hurt anybody. Yes, Raven. Is this for me or for Ripley?
DM question.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a DM question. Did Tessa bring the mirror with her, or is it on the ship?
You haven't seen it, but she usually keeps it on her.
Okay. Because I was wondering if this is like we have to collect all of them and then bring them back onto the Seahawk, or if it's like, well, as soon as we have it, we have like the means to destroy it type of thing.
You assume she has it on her.
Okay. Raven's just going to look over at Tessa and just say, like, triple check this. Do you have the mirror on you, and as soon as the stone is put in it, it's essentially just obsolete, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's one thing that if we do get the stone and he does demand that we give it back, it's not like we can do anything, because hopefully we will have destroyed it by then. Your brother is a different
Which one?
issue.
She's kind of like joking.
Both. Definitely both.
Right. I don't know how all this works. I don't know if like all the magic's gonna like go away when we put the thing in the thing. I don't know if they're just like that now. I wasn't here when it all started. I just saw it and freaked the fuck out.
I believe the stones are not rendered inert the moment they're put in the mirror. They would be rendered inert once we have all of them.
This is true.
We don't.
They're sort of in a contained state within the mirror.
Right.
Okay.
They're not just, they don't just like poof.
Got it.
And the mirror essentially draws their power constantly to balance them out.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a sponge.
So what was the dude's name? I literally forgot it. The magic advisor.
Killigan.
Cool.
And the skipper too.
How fond is your dad of Killigan?
I feel like my dad knows he's kind of a shady bastard, but like he's not impolite when they see each other. If there's one thing my mom taught my dad, it was how to mask his emotions. So, to be honest, I couldn't fucking tell you.
I ask because I could see a potential line of convincing that we could go down to let John come with us. It's just a matter of the double whammy of taking the stone and your brother at the same time that is more of an issue.
Right.
Well,
I think a question worth asking too, where is the stone?
exactly.
What is the nature of how it is secured? Because it's
Yes.
possible that we may not be able to get it without asking for it. So let's get that out of the way.
I mean, you guys have done cool shit before, so I'm not gonna say it would be impossible, but it'd be pretty hard. I think there's a sort of basement under the main like pit area.
Oh, that's which one. Sorry.
And it was really great. Kristen, I love you so much.
I have a list of all the ones Tessa saw.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it's under there, and there's pretty constant watch of guards, but the ones that are watching it are the ones that already like have powers, so that there's no like, you know, normal dude that's like, hey, I'm gonna just touch it because I'm bored, you know, which is probably an issue. Now I'm thinking about it, but it's on the so it's a room, and it seems magically fortified, but like I said, I don't do this stuff, and this is all really new to me. But it's in this stone kind of room, and there's like it's always like humming in there, and it's on like this little pedestal, and it's kind of like it's like grown into it. It's hard to describe, but it's under very careful watch.
So, I've always been told that it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Raven just silently shakes
I
her head.
prefer
She's
to
just
ask. I prefer to avoid having to ask for either.
That as well. But it doesn't sound like anyone's gonna get anywhere near the stone if your dad and brother are not distracted.
I will say this. Whatever happens, happens, but it's going to be very hard for me to talk your way out of us, like for me to talk you guys out of a cell if they find you around there. And also the DM just lost their train of thought.
If we were to go that route, it would be a snatch and grab and get the fuck out of here. We would not stick around. We would have to plan an escape route and get out as soon as it's taken. We definitely, if we were to go that route.
Okay. I mean, I could distract my brother and my dad for sure.
How about this, Ripley? How do you want to go about getting these two things accomplished? What do you think is the best next step?
Oh God, I'm really bad at making decisions. Well, for John, if he's gonna come with us, I think it's best for us to just sneak him out. If it's possible. I just don't know that Dad's gonna let him go. And that conversation's gonna take ages. Because he likes to talk a lot. And we just don't have time. Exactly. If we can just sneak John out, that we can ask forgiveness for. The stone... If we, yeah, and I don't know how true this is. It could be true. I don't know. I'm not saying I doubt what you guys told me about the stones and how they came to be, but what he said happened. I was gone, and John has always, I think, suffered a little bit more from Mom being gone than I have. I don't think I had a whole lot of time to feel it because I had to essentially be her for everybody else. But he just never really slept right after that. And you, as she's saying this, it does kind of hit for you. Like, he does have pretty deep eye bags. And there's something about him, although he looks healthy, he doesn't look sickly. There's this sort of, like, his mellowness seems like that kind of, oh, I'm tired, but I'm cordial. As she clicks that piece into place.
You did mention that he had brought you there to grant you a gift. Did you interact with this stone? And
no, I don't want to die. I just... I didn't know what was up with that. You know, my dad's an evil guy, and I know that about him. And everybody else seems fine, but I didn't want to fuck around and find out. I didn't touch it. I was like, oh, I will think about it, you know. And I got out of that, which is probably good news for the talking route if it happens. But John, I think, needs to be snuck out of here. I think the stone... If we do a smash and grab, it has to be in a scenario where we only hurt anybody if we have to. The plan cannot involve physical harm to other people.
Allow me to pitch something a bit conspiracy theorist.
By all means.
There is a magic user present here who is on tense terms with your father, is he aware of the existence of the stone?
I haven't
And
seen him
does
today,
he
but I would assume
have
so.
does he have access to it or interaction with it in any way?
I would also assume so.
Here would be my concern. If I were a powerful magic user in a community where there was a powerful stone that of potentially nefarious origin or effect, I might think that they might be involved in covering up the negative effects, or that they might potentially be upset if the stone were to go away. I know I've made acquaintances or false friendships with people to get close to items of value before. Is it possible that that's the case here with this mage? Because if that is the case and we take the stone, we might have A, him on our tail, or B, him harming others in your community.
Killigan's been here for longer than the stone has, but I also don't trust him. I was gonna say I don't trust him as far as I could throw him, but I think I could throw him pretty far. So I just don't really trust him.
I almost wonder, and it might be too much time, but is there any sense in trying to identify if there are negative effects that this stone is causing and bringing that evidence to your father to convince him? Because we have no reason to believe thus far that any of these stones are benign. They are negative in their long-term effects at the very least.
She kind of turns over to John.
Wait, John's been here?
Yeah, John is in this room. Okay. John has been here.
Did not clock that. Cool.
Good
to know now.
She kind of turns over to him. Were you gonna say something, Sarah? Sorry.
I have no idea. Just, it's fine.
Okay.
I got so distracted by the fact that John was actually here that I was like, oh, okay.
Okay.
Knocked the thought out of my head.
Damn. She turns to him. It's like, hey, you've been here longer than I have. Do you know anything? And he kind of, thinks on it a little bit. I am now, I think, putting together some pieces. For context, I'm not really allowed to leave that room. But every once in a while, some of the other folks that are here would feel bad for me and kind of help me sneak out just for a little bit. And, there was a platoon of soldiers that I had assumed had just come out from a front somewhere. They were battered, exhausted. And now that I think about it, quite a few of them had like holes in them and had been, there was like plant matter in them in ways that seemed far too unnatural. Like vines and branches growing out of them and through them in some cases. And I've been trying to study magic to at first understand what was happening to me. And I know that Druidism can sometimes tilt towards more nefarious purposes or intent. So I didn't think too much of it. Maybe they ran into a particularly powerful druid and got on their bad side, or there was a conflict somewhere, and this is what became of them. But now that I think back to it, that always struck me as odd. There was nothing I could do about it at the time, though.
It's not impossible that might be a side effect of the stone in some capacity, if it had been used to grant those soldiers powers, perhaps, and then some time passed. I don't know for sure, but...
Sorry, I'm chewing. I have a thought. I'm just chewing. This is why you eat before stream, kids. So, Ripley kind of Okay. Unless you guys have what you think is a better idea, here's what I think the plan should be. I will distract my dad and Brock with the conversation about the stone. I'll tell them about some of the stuff we've seen, not too specific, but like some of the bad stuff we've seen. And I'll use that conversation to give you guys an opportunity to get out. And I don't know how you'll be able to tell me that you're out. I guess I'll just have to assume that you are. I don't think anybody could stop me leaving here if they wanted to. So, that might work. And then you guys would maybe be able to decide what's best for you about how to get out of town. But I can...
I think the best option would be for us to capitalize on how much you're distracting your dad and probably split up. I think it makes the most sense for me, Raven, and Boomstick to work on getting John out, and the rest of you guys, since you have more of a ability to sneak and not be seen, to handle the stone.
I agree.
That might make the most sense.
Okay.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Head count. How many of us came here, right?
The four of you.
Party of four.
Ripley, Casper, Boomstick, Tessa.
And now we have added to that number
John. So
John.
10.
John.
How many people can Tessa teleport out?
Double check, but I believe 8.
That's the question.
Let me double check. Opening my handy dandy spellbook.
Because we may not necessarily need a team to get John out if we can just teleport all of us out.
Hold on 1 second.
So it could be a distract.
You and up to 8 willing creatures, so 9 people total.
Yeah, so it'd be 9, so that'd be the right number.
Renori, Raven, Tide, Faustus, Casper, Ripley, Boomstick.
We wouldn't be teleporting Ripley, though.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so 9 people.
But we need to teleport Ripley.
Do we? She was talking about her distraction would not involve that she would follow later. That was what she was pitching right now.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a great idea, but that's what she was pitching.
Plus, Ripley wouldn't be with us when we're getting the stone because she's distracting her dad. So
Right.
we couldn't teleport her.
That's essentially our extraction, is just teleporting out. So whatever the best way to do that is, I see potentially 2 options. We have a stealth team go and get the stone, and in some capacity get out, right? Meet at a secondary location and teleport out, or all of us go in and just grab the stone and then teleport out.
Are you saying this out loud,
We
or is this
need to
player-to-player communication? Just so I know.
Out loud.
Okay.
We need to not have John anywhere near the stone extraction. John needs to be out and safe already before we make any moves. He cannot be wrapped up in this.
Why?
His safety is a priority to Ripley, and if anything goes wrong during the stone extraction, risking his safety ruins both of our objectives.
Is he safer with half our number or all of us, is my thought. Is he safer with half of our number far away or all of our number nearby?
We can get him out.
Here's my concern. At this point, as we're describing this, that's Ripley in one location, 3 or 4 of us in a second location, and then 3 or 4 more in a third location. And I just see the potential for that to go haywire rather quickly. If any of those individual groups get interrupted or caught, then all of us are kind of screwed. Just a thought.
If we split up with John, we don't run the risk. Okay, if we all go to the stone, we are automatically putting John in the path of these bodyguards who also have special powers that we don't know of. If we don't, then the only risk we run into are the bodyguards that are in the hallway that Boomstick and I, and probably John, can handle by ourselves.
If John stays with us and we all stick together and we get caught all together, it's no different than if one group of us gets caught and then the others are ousted. Essentially, if we get caught, we're all probably going to end up caught.
But if all of us are with Tessa and get caught, we can teleport out. Whereas if all of us are not with Tessa, then some of us can teleport out and others can't.
I think the consequences would be more dire getting caught trying to steal the stone than just trying to get John off of the grounds. I could easily come up with some kind of lie of we just wanted to get out and go go to the beach or something, just get out of the castle. Let's go get away.
That's
I guess.
I think that even if we do get caught, that could just provide us more opportunity to distract from you guys getting the stone. It'll be a lot easier. I'm curious about.
What if we don't do any distraction at all? What if all of us, all 9 of us, right? Tide, Renori, Faustus, Raven, Boomstick, Casper, Tessa, Ripley, and John. So that's all 9 of us.
I feel like there's someone missing.
What if we all just
feel like there's someone missing.
go together? I don't think there is.
4 of us. Casper, Tessa, Boomstick, Ripley.
You said Ripley.
John.
Yeah, Ripley and...
And then John. Yeah, there are 9. I miscounted.
Oh, there's 9.
So there's 9. So if the group of 9 just punches straight through to the stone,
nice,
takes the stone, and then teleports out, do we even need a distraction at all? And then we don't separate Ripley, we don't separate the
problem is,
the group.
We're assuming that we can... Well, we can't teleport all of us out, because Tessa can only do... Oh, no, and now we can, because we have 8 plus 1. Yourself. But what if we get to where the stone is, and there's some magic imbued that we can't teleport out? Then
there's magic preventing us from teleporting out. There could be magic preventing us from being invisible. There could be all kinds of things that we don't know.
I'm just saying that I feel like it's harder to justify a group of 9 people going after this really important precious stone than I don't know.
It also has the highest likelihood of success because it puts all of our different skills in the same place at the same time, and all of our strength in the same place at the same time.
Are we willing to risk not even getting to the stone, but getting John out? I feel like that's...
Do we have a better chance of getting to the stone with a smaller group of people?
Yeah, I feel like it would be harder to spot a smaller group of people then.
It depends on weighing stealth versus power.
Here's my point. We don't have to stealth if we just throw all of our power at it.
Which would mean we win.
That sort of sounds like a wild proposal coming from me, but...
Yeah, Raven's a little bit like, what?
Renori is gonna turn towards...
Here's my self-preservation concern. I and Renori and Casper and who else?
Tessa.
And Tessa go to get the stone. and then the 4 of us get caught. The 4 of us against all of the guards is a worse scenario than all of us against all of the guards. That's my primary concern, is that we don't have a guarantee of success. We don't have a guarantee of success in any direction. But if we stealth and we fail to stealth, that's 4 of us against all of the guards. How many guards-ish estimate do we know?
Too many.
Exactly.
Renori is going to
That's my
turn
concern.
to Tessa and Casper. Tessa, your name keeps getting thrown out a lot in terms of teleportation and getting us out of here. And Casper, you are a valuable member of this team and also very skilled in a lot of different ways.
Thank you.
So I would love to hear... Okay. I would love to hear both of your input.
Casper's gonna go first. Well, like I said, not used to working in groups yet, especially of this size. I gotta throw some merit to what Faustus is saying. I suppose it depends on who comprises the smaller groups, because Faustus does have a point that if all of us sort of storm the castle, we have a better chance. But if we have 2 really killer smaller groups, that gives us a lot more maneuverability in case something does go wrong versus all of us getting surrounded. I will also throw out something. What if we leave with John and then a team of us comes back for the stone? Maybe
But don't you think they'll be watching way more?
Maybe Ripley
Not
has
necessarily.
maybe Ripley has a conversation about John spending the night with us or something of that nature. Gonna go hang out, give him a night to be a real boy or whatever. And, maybe that's what maybe that's what the conversation is about, that she distracts them with. And another team of us that we can choose then comes back knowing John is out and safe to get the stone. They have no reason to be on higher guard about the stone specifically. They know where John is. Thoughts?
I feel like it still would be the same team. I mean, me, Raven, and Boomstick have no real stealth ability.
It's not even necessarily about the people doing it. It's just about, I suppose, the risk of being caught. In one scenario, either of our small groups could be caught potentially at the same time, or the capture of one ousts the other. In the other scenario, you have a group of 3 ne'er-do-wells who get snatched while the goody
Did
two-shoes...
he laugh like that at his own joke?
No, that's me being like, this motherfucker.
All right, I was about to have Raven roast the shit out of him.
No, and he's being sarcastic.
Okay.
He's being sarcastic. So, this group of, ruffians that snuck back in to get the stone because they actually have evil in their heart, whatever, yada yada, while you have the goody two-shoes that are off with John. There's no risk of simultaneous capture at that point.
But if it was... Speaking for me, if I was Ripley's dad, and I saw that all of us were together right now, and then half of us just happened to be bad and went to steal the stone, I would automatically think the other half is not good either.
Sure, I think the main idea is to get John out of the picture completely so that he's not at risk of being caught, and then to come back. I think we would all leave together, and then some of us would come back.
Hear me out.
I'm hearing Casper say.
I have an idea.
Okay.
It might be a good one.
I'm excited.
We're all here right now. Should be. We're all here right now. Tessa teleports John and whoever away. Ripley, maybe not, goes to talk to her dad, but maybe not. Tessa comes back. some people stay with John, or they all come back. Either way, John is far away. Tessa comes back. Those of us who are going to get the stone move and do that straight from this room. We put it all into action right now. Yes, it will be taxing on Tessa, and I apologize for that, Tessa.
I'll be fine.
But time is of the essence, and we've said that before. And Casper, I love you, but your plan does draw out the timeline longer.
Not wrong.
We're all here right now. John is right here. Tessa's right here. Tessa does the teleporting. Why don't we just do it from this space and get it moving?
Ripley kind of clears her throat a little bit. I have an idea, actually, that could help with that, if we like that. I had, like, a finding yourself moment, I think, maybe. I feel like that's what this feels like. And I'm like, I'm pretty confident in just telling my dad I'm gonna do something and not having to ask him, you know, right now. I'm, like, feeling it. Don't know how long that's gonna last. But right now, I feel like I could just be like, hey, my friends have left because we gotta go. And I'm telling you, I'm taking John with us because I raised him. In nicer words. Not like an attack. That sounded really bad. But you get what I mean? And then John becomes a sort of not a thing. And we have to necessarily worry about them finding out we took him.
Is there a way for you to draw out that conversation long enough for the chunk of however many of us are gonna go get the stone to go after that?
If you can find a way to let me know when you're good, then yes. I can stall as long as you need me to.
First things first, Tessa teleports
away.
Oh?
It's a bit... DM, it's a bit,
Oh, man.
It's a bit of a trippy use of things, but... let me see real quick, 1 second. I gotta confirm something real quick if anybody else wants to say something, but I think I have an idea that would work.
Raven can chime in. I mean, your dad said, and John, you've just been, his solution to dealing with the potential danger in your powers was to just lock you in a room, which isn't working. I feel like if you just point out that for the past 5 years, nothing has been actually done, I feel like it could give you a little bit of an edge when convincing your dad to let John out. Because truly, what is there to lose if nothing is being accomplished?
That's a good point.
I do have a way of signaling across any distance.
And what would that be? I'm excited for this one.
I can leave Lilith with you, Ripley.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere where you can feel her, and in a pocket, somewhere where you can feel her. And then I can banish her to a pocket dimension. And when you feel her vanish, you will know that that is the signal.
That's really smart, Faustus. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I like that. So
Raven elbows Faustus like nice.
So step one would be, where is Tessa teleporting John to, and is anyone staying with John? Because Tessa will need to come back.
I can stay.
Can Tessa? Let me make sure I understand. I believe Tessa can only teleport, what, once a day?
We've definitely made her do it more than once a day before.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
She has never really told you how it works. But you definitely see her do it more than once a day.
Okay. I'm just thinking we should at least ask Tessa how many times she could do that without overtaxing herself, because can she go take John out, come back, and then go back again? Can she do it 3 times?
I will do what is needed of me. So if that's what's needed of me, It'll happen.
And you
I
won't.
think I should stay with
You
John.
won't end up dead with blood running out of your nose and ears and eyes or something if you do it 3 times.
No.
All right, just making sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tessa, if it's not if it's needed of you, it's if it'll be good for you.
It's what the
I wasn't going to go into as much detail as bleeding out the ears and eyes. The concern is there.
I'll be fine.
So then Tessa would take John, Tide, and Raven away, come back. Ripley goes with Lilith to talk to her dad. And me, Tessa, Casper, Faustus, maybe Boomstick? I don't know, Boomstick. You haven't said what you wanted to do.
I just want
Go
to do anything
and-
fun. Honestly, this sounds fun. I'm down for infiltration. I'm bored.
Great. Then we all get the motherfucking stone.
Hell yeah.
At the risk of... No, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking this. Boomstick, are you good at infiltration and stealth? Because we know we've seen Casper work.
When I want to be.
Okay. Renori, how many can you make invisible? Did we
Well,
establish that?
That sure does depend on how much effort I want to put into it.
Right.
I can cast invisibility at 5th level, and when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, you can target 1 additional creature for each slot level above 2nd. I can't do math.
That's
So
4,
Yeah.
I believe.
Wait, everyone above 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. That's 4 people in total, including yourself. So you could do 3
Correct.
other people.
Mm-hmm.
And
So,
then the
myself plus
alternative
3 other
option-
people.
Alternative option is I cast it on myself, and you cast it on... You could cast it on 4 people, so we could do as many as 5. If we're doing this now, I am a little bit taxed, if I'm being honest. Yes, so that is the only issue.
I can offer...
We could also just rest and do it tomorrow.
That's what I was going to say. What I can do, because, you know, we're here, you're like my guests, you haven't, like, killed anybody, you know, not that you would, that wasn't supposed to sound backhanded. I'm so sorry.
Sure.
I promise.
That's fair. That's
I
fair.
can set
As
us
far as
up
we
with
know.
rooms, you know, and we can, like, rest, and I'll just be like, oh, yeah, we're gonna stay, and tomorrow we can figure out what we're doing and when, and everybody can get a good night's sleep. Does that sound good?
Fantastic.
Cool. And then she turns to John, goes, you are sleeping with us. I don't fucking care what he says. And then just pulls him in for a hug. And I'm gonna kind of step on the gas a little bit here. So Ripley, with that being said, looks at the handle that she snapped off at her hand, and Tessa just, like, shakes her head a little bit, presses Ripley's hand that's still holding the knob back to the door, and you see just the faintest glow of golden light, and the handle reattaches itself. And then Ripley, like, pulls the door open, kind of does, like, the Scooby-Doo lean, and you all are led further into the compound.
When Ripley does the Scooby-Doo lean, Raven's gonna be like, yes, that doesn't sound like we're conspiring about anything at all.
I just really don't want to run into Brock right now. That's all.
Fair.
We're not conspiring. We're hanging out. We're bros hanging out. Let's find a bed. And you proceed further into the compound. And past a few folks that are wandering around. It's getting pretty, like, it's like night. Like, it's probably around 9 o'clock at this point, between all the hours that you waited and the conspiring, like 9:30. Like, it's getting pretty late. So she leads you in. The few people who are still out and about are kind of like giving you waves and stuff, curious looks, but you find how many of us are there? 9?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's like, probably not a super great idea for us all to take individual rooms, but there's like 2, and we could, like, split in half if that's cool. Or Or we could, like, cram into one. I don't know how you guys are feeling. I know some people really like to just, like, all, like, oof, like, but, like, sleep in a group.
Are you implying we enjoy orgies?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a second room.
Okay, well, yeah.
Ripley, I'll join your cuddle pile.
Oh. That would actually be really nice, Faustus. I hope you weren't kidding. There's two separate rooms. Pretty much set up the same. There's like a double bed in both rooms, so just big enough to fit 2 people, but not like super comfortably. These almost remind you of soldiers' barracks a little bit, but like really nice ones. No windows, but a table, like 2 chairs, and some like towels and such for like baths, although there's no basin in here for cleansing. And empty armoires in both as well. They're like set up identical, just next to each other. Who's sleeping where?
I just need some space to sit crisscross applesauce and meditate for 4 hours. So I'm gonna take that corner, and Renori goes over to the corner and like
elves can sleep.
like just like
prances every single night. I love it so much.
Tide is gonna look at Boomstick and be like, "We can share that bed," and then he's gonna kind of run over and jump onto it.
Boomstick does like a kind of like a roll onto it as well, and then just kind of lays next to you. It's like, this is great. This is awesome. Okay, so are you in the room where Venori is?
Sure.
I think. Oh, I was gonna say. I was like, didn't Tide just say?
Oh, the other room. The other room. That's right. So we have Tide and Boomstick in one room, Renori in the other. So Casper in the other as well. Raven, Faustus, where are you headed?
Ripley cuddle pile.
Ripley will go where Faustus goes for the purpose of the cuddle pile. So.
Faustus. What do you think a cuddle pile is?
I assume it's just all sleeping in the same bed or general vicinity to stay warm. That's what I used to do with my siblings when I was a boy.
Okay. I was just making sure that. Okay.
I think the difference between the cuddle pile and an orgy is the pants stay on.
That's not at all where my concern was, but I'm glad that we are here on the same page.
This is so painful.
I was like, all right.
So
which room are you going into?
Raven will also join. I guess Raven will go into the whatever room Faustus and Ripley is going to have this cuddle puddle in.
Okay, that'll be the room with Renori and Casper.
She is not going to join it at first, though. She will be like journaling as late into the night as she can, and then
okay.
So then Tessa and John will be with us.
John is going with Ripley. Tessa will be in your room.
Okay.
Renori, before fully trancing, is going to have Casper like lay his head in her lap as like a little pillow.
Oh.
And then trance.
I did not expect to have feelings about that. Okay, so to kind of close us out for tonight then, over in the room where Tide is, so as the night falls, everybody unpacks for bed. Tide and Boomstick, you find a comfortable sleeping arrangement. Tessa kind of just curls up in the corner on the floor. She pulls out of her pack a cloak that I don't remember if you've seen before or not, because it was, fun fact, something I initially took out of her character design but decided to let her have, so I don't remember if I described her with it or not. But she pulls out of her pack a deep blue cloak that sort of shimmers into an indigo color and then like almost near black as it just moves under the light, almost in the way that velvet changes colors, but it doesn't appear to be a velveteen material. And around where the hood is, there's like a light white, like a almost cream colored fur. And it's a beautiful cloak. And she just sort of curls up on the ground and like pulls it around her and kind of pulls the hood over her head.
This is in Tide and Boomstick's room?
Yeah.
Tide is gonna stand up and give her his pillow.
She
I was
gives
just
you
going to message her and say, "Why aren't you joining the cuddle puddle?"
Actually,
Yep.
Oh my god, y'all just want to punch me in the gut right before the end of this. Okay, Tide, you give her your pillow, and there's like an odd look on her face for a moment, and then she kind of slides it back to you. And
Just two people in one room. Like 17 of us in the other.
I know.
I don't know if you want to leave me and Boomstick alone. I don't have a great track record.
I'm
Just saying.
not gonna unpack that.
I'm not gonna unpack this. No, not like when we're ending. I'm just gonna.
Nope,
let it,
we're
so.
not unpacking that at all. Tessa kind of hands the pillow back to you.
We'll let that slow roast until next week.
She hands the pillow back to you, and she goes, I won't need it. I'm actually gonna go next door.
Okay.
Thank you though, Tide. You're very kind. And she just kind of gathers her stuff. The cloak is still sort of hanging on her shoulders, and gathers her stuff to her chest and kind of drifts out of the door and shuts it gently behind her. You and Boomstick just kind of chill out. You got the room.
I'm gonna believe that Tide has the self-control to not sleep.
That's very bold of you, but okay.
I know.
We'll see what
We're
happens.
assuming Boomstick would say yes. There is that assumption being made.
Have you seen Tide?
Have you seen Tide?
It's not. I'm not. No, this is not a anti-Tide thing. This is just a. What if Boomstick's a lesbian? That's a Anyway.
Next door.
I'm just saying.
Next
door, 3,000 people.
Fire Genasi and a water Genasi talking about steaming up a room.
Okay.
Ayo.
All right. Tessa. So the door just sort of gently creaks open after everyone is settled. How are we doing? I like my instinct says because of the amount of space, it would probably be on the floor.
Almost.
Yeah. So
there's at least 4 of them now.
Okay.
So I don't think they would feel bad.
So what happens is a little bit earlier when everybody's going in to settle, Ripley like gets focused on the cuddle pile, and kind of starts like muttering to herself like and walking around like with her hands like this and then leaves. She's like, I will be right back. I will be right back. And then comes back and she's got an armful of like fur blankets and really fluffy looking pillows, and she just kind of like poof, just throws them all on the ground. And there's plenty to not only just like snuggle up with, but to form sort of very comfortable barrier between yourselves and the floor as well. And she just kind of flops backwards onto it with her arms open. She's just like, join me. And so you're all able to arrange in that however you would like, if you would like to.
Raven will go and lay down next to Ripley on one of the sides.
Okay.
She was like kind of like on her back, like with her notebook like this,
Mm-hmm.
as like she's like writing some like last thoughts, and then she'll close it up and then fall asleep or like turn.
Oh, okay. Faustus.
Faustus is just gonna dive in on the other side of Ripley and use her like a big warm blanket and just sort of like press just like up against her, just like curled up, and then Lilith is just sort of like curled in the crook of his like neck and shoulder, like right there.
Oh, okay. Renori.
Because she, of course, is also part of the cuddle pod.
Of course she is.
Oh yeah, Wesley is definitely like situated on the pillow by their heads, just like
I'm fine.
right there.
I'm normal about this. Renori, are
I
you
envision
joining
him
the cuddle pile?
snoring, like snoring little bubbles of salt water, like.
No,
I'm
oh my
fine.
god.
I'm fine.
Oh. No, Renori's still in the position I already described,
Okay.
trancing with, and I mean, Casper can do whatever the fuck he wants, but she had put his head in her lap.
Casper looks longingly at the cuddle pile, but then just kind of curls up a little bit. Kind of like kicks one of the spare blankets.
It's fine.
No, she's...
Join the cuddle pile.
Oh my god. See, I want to, but I know Renori. This is not even Casper. This is me. I know Renori, which means Casper does. And this will be a point that you left me alone to trance. That's fine.
Oh gosh. I'm just thinking it's gonna be Carmel Wars 2.0.
Exactly. And Casper does know this. So he just kind of like does one of the dramatic like, no, hand reaches, but then just kind of flops over in Renori's lap. He kicks one of the spare blankets closer to them and just sort of situates it as best as he can so that it covers both of them, which is not super well. And then you see him mouth next time. Next time. And he just kind of curls up in her lap and just sort of just like lovingly just kind of strokes the outside of her leg while she's trancing until he eventually falls asleep as well.
And then in the middle of the night when Renori's done trancing, she's gonna like run her fingers through his hair and like just affectionately like pet him, I guess is the word. I don't know.
Nope, and we're speeding
For
past that. No
4
one.
hours until he wakes up.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
We are not unpacking. We do not have time to unpack. Ripley sort of, once everyone gets
Casper
situated. No. Once everyone gets situated, Ripley just sort of adjusts her arms so she can like hold you guys. And John also has joined the cuddle pile as well. John is
So
a
for the
part of the
record,
cuddle
there's
pile.
an empty bed in this room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did Tessa go?
Tessa went to
Besides,
join the
yeah.
cuddle pile as well, and I forgot about her.
She's got to make a decision now.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, what side did John decide to like situate himself?
I feel like John, in my head,
John's in the bed.
She's laying down flat on the bottom.
Yeah, in my head, John's like right across, like horizontal. John probably. Ooh, I don't know what he would do. Ripley would probably like, he would kind of like lay on Ripley's torso and use like her stomach as a pillow. And just sort of like tangle his legs between hers, so it's more just like they're kind of on top of each other, so he's not taking up anybody's space. And it's I will say it's probably later, a little bit later, so everyone's either fallen asleep or getting close to there. Tessa creaks the door open. And she just kind of comes closer, a little bit hesitantly, and then just sort of lays down by Ripley's head, and Ripley blinks open like half asleep and just sort of smiles at her. And Tessa, so the pile is here, and Tessa kind of lays down by Ripley's head and sort of just rests her head on Ripley's shoulder, and once again just curls up very, very tight with that cloak. So not necessarily in the pile, but still close enough to it. And also falls asleep.
Can I make one thing?
Yes.
I promise the last thing. When Tessa gets up to leave, Tide is going to go behind her, close the door.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to make any suggestions. I'm just going to spit straight facts here. Tide is going to wear like boxer shorts.
Okay.
And that's what he sleeps in.
Okay.
And then get into bed.
Okay.
And then he's going to get ready for bed.
Boomstick probably like pulls her hair down and lets it breathe for a moment. She is a pantsless sleeper, but I feel like she would leave her pants on. So she just kind of she just stays as she is, but just without shoes. And also curls up next to you to sleep. That was aggressive. So, with that, night falls over our party as they find themselves lulled to sleep in various, in separate rooms, but not quite separated. And with a plan on the horizon and progress in sight, we end this episode of Stormborn's Curse. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. That was so great.
Separate rooms, but the rooms look like this.
Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, Tessa was gonna stay in there, but who can resist Faustus? So
I can.
Apparently, only Renori.
Renori, you're monogamous, okay? You're out of this equation.
Oh, Kristen was talking too.
That's okay.
Tide's also good. He's fine. He's
Okay,
still
well, for
dealing with
everyone
the
who
nice
likes to have fun,
conversation.
for everyone who's into fun, sorry, that
Fun
was
Yeah.
and knife play.
exactly.
Well-
I would just like to point out, Tide has had sex with the most amount of people out of this campaign, so
This is true.
yeah,
Is
2
it about-
is more
is-
than everybody else.
I don't
You're
want to
not
start.
wrong.
We can't start. We can't start with this, guys.
Yeah.
Come on. We'll be
Now
here
it's
for
a
another hour.
competition.
Thank you all so much for joining us with this episode. It was very, very fun. As always, the VOD will be going up on my YouTube channel, which you can find if you want to if you want to click
Clink.
the link. There we go.